moderation. A good servant, but a bad master. And all so-called civilized peoples have increasingly become crazy and self-destructive because through excessive thinking they have lost touch with reality. That's to say, we confuse science with the real world. This is the beginning of meditation. Most of us would have rather money than tangible wealth, and a great occasion would somehow spoil for us unless photographed.
I've heard the criticism over and over again.
And to read about it the next day in the newspaper is oddly more fun for us than the original event.
Can we take the arbitrary division of 416?
This is a disaster. For as a result of confusing the real world of nature with mere science, we are destroying nature. We are so tied up in our minds that we've lost our senses. Time to wake up. What is reality? Obviously, no one can say because it isn't words. It isn't material, that's just an idea.
The testing number.
Reality is... cannot be explained in words. I'm not trying to put you down. It's an expression of you as you are.
So
one must live.
That 50,000.
We need to survive. To go on.
I don't know how they arrived.
We must go on.
Do you know how they arrived at that number?
Through the speaker, I wasn't privy to those discussions, but I will say this. Rather than focusing on a number, the most important thing is testing available to those who actually need it when they need it. That to me is the more important target.
My second question, which is the fourth recommendation, where it talks about the software and making sure that you have the appropriate software and technology being used by the province. And that recommendation is there, I assume, because that ties into the testing process?
So through the speaker, the issue around the software that we have is we use case management software. And traditionally within the realm of communicable disease control and management, we have used provincial software to support this. In the course of COVID-19, you may recall that we were required to, by our own needs, our operational needs at Toronto Public Health, to develop our own software to manage our cases. And we are currently using that, but our province has asked us to move towards, they've since introduced a new system, which we are meant to transition to, and we have every plan to transition to. The question is, how do we transition effectively? It is challenging always to move from one information system to another. And we just want to make sure that we're able to do so in a successful fashion that allows us to discharge our obligations well to the population of Toronto.
Okay, and you're not going to transition from our software to the provincial software until you're capable or competent at that same level of case management or data management that you need.
Through the speaker, that's our plan. We want to make sure that we're able to get, that we have the functionality that we need from the software, and at the same time that we're able to transition to that new software in a way that allows us to manage our cases responsibly and discharge our specific obligations.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and keep up the great work. I know it's very much appreciated.
we're doing case and contact management for the most high risk of situations, but we are actually working with information management systems to support the work. So we are continuing to bring people on board, but we have grown significantly on case and contact management, from 50 to 700 and still some.
Because if I recall, a while ago was the announcement that we made an announcement that we were going to stop contact tracing, so we are going to
feel the vibe of the longest beach, learn the power of inner strength.
So we have spoken to contact tracing at this point in time, given the high case count. As we bring people on board, the plan is to move away from a very focused version of case and contact and slowly but surely move us towards a more fulsome case and contact management, as we were doing at the outset and as we were doing when case counts were more managed. But that does need to happen gradually as we bring on even more resources. But even with that expanded resource of 700, we are still having to
you always
those
loved racing.
high-risk circumstances.
Learn to race without wheels.
In order to, do so in a timely and most effective way.
okay, because that's the question I get from my constituents. So that information is not public, right?
Here, every home is a school of
It is in
celebration.
fact public. We have, made that announcement to our public, and our healthcare partners are aware, and we are continuing to move
When the heart
forward
you
with the
suddenly
resources
learn
that
to
we
accept
have
the
in
invitation of
the most
happiness
efficient and
in its
effective
fullest
fashion.
version.
So, as you know, and I did send you a letter a couple
See
weeks
how
ago
hope
when
defeats
those numbers came out in the Toronto Star, and my ward in particular was
and how
one of the
being
hotspots,
in
Red Zone,
silence
which I received a lot of calls from constituents that were very frustrated and panicked. As far as and I appreciate in the past few days I've been getting communication from
experience the
actually
spirit of
Council
freedom
Cressy
in the air.
and staff
The father
on
of nations,
initiatives,
Sheikh
that
Mujibur
you're doing in
Rahman,
particular,
liberator of Bangladesh.
in these areas
raised
working with local councillors. So my question is, moving forward, can the local councillors that represent these areas where there's red zone and where we have a lot of cases, so we
You will
can
learn the
communicate
true
to our
meaning of
constituents
life.
in our newsletter on what we're
Every
doing
valley has a
moving
story
forward
that
in these
embraces.
areas, so that the residents know that we are working and that we are working on a plan moving forward. And so
Who
is
else
there
can
any
tell
way
you
that you
love
can have that
will
better
reach you?
communication with the local councillors that are affected in
Through
these
you,
red zones?
Through you, Speaker, absolutely. That's exactly our plan. We are working on what I'm going to describe as more summary report for councillors, and we're just setting that up now to make sure that each of you and your respective constituents and communities actually have the information you need. I think there's always an opportunity to improve communication. We're certainly committed to that, and we're trying to provide information that makes sense for you and for your community so that they can understand what's happening, what's asked of them, and what's actually being done, not just on the part of Toronto Public Health, but also our colleague city divisions, because there are a number of different supports that are required for various communities through the COVID-19 pandemic, some of which are public health and some of which are outside of public health, but still really important.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher? Councillor
It's
Fletcher?
very hard to unmute. I think the clerks may have an ability to unmute, but sometimes,
Okay, so I'll
It's
read,
hard
I'll redo
on
your,
this
I'll
device.
redo your time, so do you want, do you have questions?
yes, I do, thank you.
Okay.
As I mentioned, I'm having some difficulty with my devices, not with our great program, but the devices. I just wanted to ask one thing to Dr. Very much for all the work and action staff. Yesterday, we had a debate around tents, and it was unfortunately involved. I don't know if you've heard about that. Televised a discussion about tents in Wisconsin.
So through the speaker, yes, I've heard of the debate and the issues around tents and other facilities to support dining.
So I don't, yes, it's kind of a new phenomenon. A number of them up in John Mill. But I'm just wondering if you've had a chance to give your opinion on this to East Pleasanton or think of ruling of some kind.
So through the speaker, actually, as it turns out, it's not I suppose I'm entitled to it like everybody else, but it's actually not provisions around dining, what's allowed and what's not allowed, actually all and it's associated regulations. And so when I looked at the provincial legislation and the regulations, particularly now that apply to ourselves as Toronto, given that we're in what the province characterizes as a stage 2 modified element of reopening, the brand regulations are actually specifying what is allowed. And I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but it roughly covering but there are specific things that I believe actually
Okay, thank you. Somebody, speaker, somebody has their so basically, you think that this is a good way to do that with our staff and you looking at everything to make sure that we're within the regulations? Would I be
Well,
right
I
to
think
say that?
So through the speaker, I would defer to legal counsel to interpret the law, but yes, we're happy
Thank
to
you.
look at it and consult.
That's great, thank you. Also, I've had calls from a number of seniors who very, very much would like to have hours back, the early morning shopping. They understand that so far they haven't been as hard hit, but with the spreading, they're worried. Does that make sense to you to go back to some of those senior-friendly?
And this is how it's done,
provisions?
ladies and gentlemen.
Not that
Thank
can
you
order them, I'm
to
just
the man, the myth, the legend, right here.
Through the speaker, I think
Thank you so much. Very, very pretty. I'm loving this design.
The risk of severe impact with COVID-19 makes sense as a community.
Great,
We have
thank
made
you.
it
And
to
the last is the
Jodhpur,
discussion
the infamous
about
Blue City,
spreaders
after a
and that
very, very long travel day
a
yesterday
small
of
number of
discovering more of
people are
Udaipur and seeing
amount of
Kumbhagar
the
Fort
virus.
and driving 3.5
Something
hours
called the
to
K factor.
Jodhpur
And I wondered if you could
late
just
at
quickly
night. But we woke up
let
here
us know
and
about
it's
that.
beautiful.
Sure. So to the speaker, it's very high level and one of the
Gotta love the sounds of India.
based on
So the blue color represents a certain class from way back when, and now they just leave it.
So it is a different virus. It's the way it spreads. Not every virus spreads the same, but it speaks to the opportunity for us to explore different kinds of in fact, what we're interested in, what many people are enjoying is are using what we call backward
So India is a polarizing place in terms of the gap of the poor and the rich. And we are very much seeing both sides, as you can tell. Today, we're at the palace and we're seeing opulence times 10.
Sorry, speaker, I can't.
Okay, we're gonna do it. Okay, Counselor Carroll.
Hashtag Tub Travels. Check this out. So we got one bathroom, but wait, we have two with a view. What is life? Okay, this is the biggest hotel room I have ever seen. Hi from India. Very local experience.
Okay,
Fresh
hold on.
tuk-tuk or rickshaw here in
Counselor
India.
Cole, can you want me
And I'm in the
to-
middle of the
you
blue
might-
city and finally feeling like this is the real India. Taste the bite. So if you're looking for a little something outside the hustle and bustle of busy India and Jaipur, this is just 30 minutes outside of it, and it's relaxing and so tranquil, and the best part about it is you can walk here with an elephant.
So while we can't attribute it definitively to Thanksgiving, we do see a bump up in our cases, which from a timing
This is my kind of place.
very nice.
Something off the beaten path.
So I have a strong
No Wi-Fi,
association.
no
I
electricity.
can't make a causal definitive link.
Okay,
We have a
this
strong
is beautiful.
Right.
Aurora is I have been waiting so long to try it, the jelly bean. Name that movie.
Yeah. This one.
It's a really nice one.
This one.
So I'm standing outside of an organization called Sheroes, which is an organization made up of women acid attack survivors. And we just listened to a woman named Ruka tell her story, which was so hard to hear. Basically, in short, at 2:30 in the morning, her stepmother threw acid on her face. Just because she simply didn't want her in her house, and it's hard to take in and comprehend right now that that is so often done in this culture and in this country. And I think this organization is so important because it brings together these women who are so affected by acid attacks and are left feeling so unwanted. And now they have somewhere to go, an organization to really lift them up and help them venture out into the world again and feel good about themselves and really feel empowered and be something again.
Some of the inequities within their pandemic pay initiative, that there were some people left out of that.
Guys, we have arrived to Kerala, the south of India.
Home of the backwaters.
We're a little tired. We woke up, we had a wake-up call at about 2:30 this morning.
2:30 in the morning, yeah.
Although my alarm didn't go off, so I slept right up till 3 when Hannah woke me up. And then we flew for about 3 hours from Delhi on to Kochi. Then we had an hour and a half drive to Brunton Boatyard on 2 hours of sleep. But we're excited to be in the south of India where the palm trees live and the water lives, and it's just an overwhelming sense of
I just want to make sure I understand the discussion.
We got our
is
welcome flowers
ongoing with the
on
province or
and
with
our
the
summer dresses
province?
on, and we're ready to go. Cooking class commences now. Here we go.
At the very lowest wage.
Woo!
So in the interest
It's
of
houseboat
equity,
time.
being asked to
Look at this
pursue
view.
that. Has that
They're opening the gates.
We've been trying to do that anyway. The question
Hello. Hi. Amazing.
wonderful job.
This is for when I need a nap, which might be pretty soon. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful. Hi. Hi, Leslie. Very nice to meet you.
So kitchen.
This is the kitchen. Cooking up some lunch. Getting ready to wheel us away. What a contrast this place is to northern India. It's actually insane. So Kerala is known for its amazing scenery, palm trees everywhere, but also for its backwaters, where a lot of people book houseboats, like we just did, and I highly recommend. It kind of blows my mind that people live here. I mean, they're completely self-sustainable here in the backwaters of Kerala. Living the simple life, doing as they do.
indoor settings for people who are gathered they're engaged in an activity like eating or drinking or sharing a meal will be difficult to wear a mask consistently, and it may be difficult to physically distance. Are the kinds of conditions.
Hello from Kerala.
With respect to what happens next, there's lots of conversations. But as well,
Goodbyes are hard. We'll miss you, Coconut Lagoon Resort. It is coconut time.
there are many, many discussions.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Hey.
How to
Coconut looks really nice.
all the objectives of
Great.
the response
Yeah, how are you doing?
to COVID-19 spread and its impact.
Oh, it looks
but
so
also
nice.
to mitigating the negative
Currently in a Kerala state of mind.
health,
Oh my
social.
gosh, this is
So those
amazing.
conversations are happening.
Look at all the palm trees. So, just got to the state of Kerala from way up north in Rajasthan. Two completely different states, two completely different fields. They call Kerala, this place that I'm currently in, the land of coconuts. Dreamy, right? The best way I can describe it is a state with everything. I mean, you can come here and experience India in luxury. You can experience India in the most authentic way. You can be a budget traveler. You can come here and you can practice any religion. You can be a wildlife lover. You can be a yogi. You can love nature because there are mountains and deserts and beaches and jungles and everything in between. I mean, India has it all. And I am so excited to be here and be experiencing it. Oh, hello.
Communications division of the city. We do try to make sure that we're reaching all the representatives.
Oh my gosh, these sunsets in India are beautiful. So, this is the Indian Ocean, everyone. And right underneath me to the west are the Maldives. And right underneath me to the east is Sri Lanka. A foreshadowing of what is to come. Sadly, it is time to leave India. I can't believe we're at our final day, our final moments here in such an amazing country. I had no idea I'd fall in love with it so much, honestly. I had no expectations for India, really, and I wanted to go into it with exactly that. No expectations, an open mind, an open heart, to experience whatever I could. Have as many adventures as possible, and that's what happened. I experienced the craziness of the north and Rajasthan, and then I took a plane and came straight south to the state of Kerala. It really is the land of contrasts. You can really be what you want here, and that's my favorite part about India, and that each and every region and state is so unique and so different. And I fell in love and cannot wait to come back. I'm spending my final moments here at the Indian Ocean, and it's beautiful. And thank you, India, for your warmth and your hospitality. I find your people so amazing and genuine and loving, and I cannot wait to experience more on my return trip. Until next time.
Some of the very specific public health measures, so I can tell you things like what happens within the context of food and drink establishments. We're also supporting inspections around things like malls and ensuring that people know what they should be doing in order to best prevent.
Hey, come on in.
Hey, Tori, when did you move in here?
2 weeks ago.
And what's your favorite room in the house?
This one. I love this couch.
Laws are being
Describe your interior design style in 2 words.
Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Boho chic.
And what about this house made you fall in love with it?
The open concept.
What are 2 things you do to live a greener life?
Compost and making sure all the lights are off when I leave the room.
Who in your family makes sure the lights are off before leaving the house?
Christian, my husband.
Are you an entertainer?
I am.
What's your style? Apps or big family meals?
Apps. I cannot cook.
And what's your favorite app to make in the kitchen?
Charcuterie board. It is so easy.
What's your best tip for saving on your energy bill each month?
Turning off the AC when I leave the house.
What's something you didn't expect about owning a home?
All of the hidden costs.
So,
do you have a favorite nook in your house?
Yeah, it's over here.
So what we're doing,
I love this painting. It's my favorite of me and my husband.
Do you have any morning rituals?
Yes. Sleeping in, coffee, and a smoothie.
But when you look at percent positive,
what's been the hardest part about owning your own home?
Ooh, like I said, there's so many hidden costs, so trying to cut back where I can, like hardly ever run the dishwasher.
What do you think the easiest thing about owning your own home has been?
Ooh.
In the northwest.
Oh, you know what?
The city. We know
designing. I had so much fun styling this place.
As of late.
What do you love about living in Toronto?
Well, you can get sushi at 4 a.m. and I love sushi.
May not really be getting.
Thanks so much for inviting us, Tori.
Thanks for coming, and I'll see you again soon.
The best thing to do is what we do is as we present the data, we say, yes, high percent positivity. activity and
Hi guys, I'm Mike Ward. I'm here with Toronto Public Health and Live Green Toronto, and I'm about to stop in and see Valerie, who lives in a condo right up there. Now, Valerie is a self-admitted food waster. No embarrassment, no judgment. But hopefully I'm going to show her some tips and tricks that will minimize that wastage, save her some money, and also help the environment a little bit. Let's see what we're working with.
To say, look, you know, there would be a benefit to having some testing in this neighborhood because of these data.
I really want to learn how to be less wasteful. I've just been consuming too much for too many years. I want to get organized and just learn how to plan better.
These are tricks that we've used in professional kitchens for years. Know what you have, make a list, come home, organize it properly, be aware of what you might need to use that night,
and you will save a fortune. To support appropriate action based on our data.
Consolidate and organize. Put everything here in plastic containers. A couple of reasons why. One is you can open your doors at a glance and know exactly what you have in stock. That means you are not going to go and buy more rice when you already have 3 bags.
Yes, as the data tell us that that's
this extends to your fridge as well. I see 2% milks already. I see 2 maple syrups, which I'm
provide
testing. I see 3 eggs. I see 1 half full, one has got 1 egg and 1 is full. I see 3 ketchups. Organize, consolidate, know what you have.
If in fact testing starts to resolve and pop up, as it were, is no longer needed.
Okay, now that we know what's in stock, we're going to write our shopping list. Now, it doesn't mean you can't be spontaneous. I still want you to buy what's fresh, what's in season, what's inexpensive. But by knowing what you have back home, think of it the same way we do in a restaurant as what's called a special. So you're incorporating great ingredients, fresh, inexpensive, in season, local if you can, but never buy what you know you already have, because that's where the money wastage comes in.
The last number of days, we've heard that around
things like fruit and vegetables and herbs, they have a limited shelf life, as you know. Take a moment when you get back from the supermarket to store them properly, and you'll often increase the shelf life of that beautiful produce by days, sometimes even a week or 2.
The mayor said he's asked to look at.
Don't give yourself a hard time over leftovers. The key is just make enough. So measure your recipes, your portions out a little more accurately. That way, your fridge won't be full of food you don't want to eat. Minimize wastage by cooking what you're going to eat.
I know it's kind of early, but
when all that beautiful produce starts to wilt a little bit, and when you bought too much, remember there's still a lot of flavor and nutrition there. So what you want to do is cook something with it and freeze it. But don't make the mistake a lot of people make where they freeze it in a huge batch, right? Freeze it in smaller portions, get out what you need for that night, and dinner's done.
We're trying to limit and decrease the negative impact.
What do you think?
I think it's amazing. I've never seen my pantry and fridge all tidy and put together. It's very organized and it makes me want to cook. It's amazing what a little bit of planning can do, really, to save money and time.
It's time to rethink our relationship with food. Visit livegreentoronto.ca to learn how.
Toronto Public Health and as well as provincial tables where we have the opportunity to participate and say, okay, how best do we proceed with our current situation as it is? How do we find that very delicate balance? How do we make sure that we're creating the circumstances that limit spread, but at the same time mitigate all the broader
Hey, Toronto.
social and economic
We know you
impacts?
care about our city and all of the people that live here.
You know, it's,
But lately, our city's been under threat from climate change. To protect our city and the things we love, we need to work together. You can help. The city can help. Everyone can help. But sometimes it's hard to know how you can play a role. These are 4 big things you can do to make a difference. 1. Reduce energy use at home, including the amount of energy needed to heat and cool your home. There are lots of big and small ways to do that, some of which will also help create local jobs and boost the economy. And there are many grants and incentives available to help you save money while you save energy.
How do you mitigate
2.
the risk?
Walk,
That's
bike, or
the
take
real
transit.
delicate balance.
These are the
Thank
most
you.
climate-friendly ways to get around the city. Driving a low-emission vehicle or carpooling instead of driving alone will also help to reduce emissions. By doing these things, we can create a climate-friendly Toronto that's also cleaner, quieter, and healthier. 3. Minimize your waste, including food waste. A lot of energy goes into making and shipping every single item that you buy. Refuse, reduce, reuse, repurpose, and recycle as much as you can.
A way that the virus is transmitted.
Shop
and to
local.
be cautious about it.
Buy
in
only what you
Canada
need and store food properly.
Toronto, we
4.
seem to have
Finally, Get involved in
not
your
yet
community.
adopted.
The City of
that, and
Toronto, many local community
not quite
organizations
sure
and
why.
neighborhood groups are all involved in
So
climate
through the
action in
speaker,
Toronto.
my understanding
Get to know
is
your
that there
neighbors.
are
Get involved and
conversations
contact us
happening
at Live Green Toronto if you want to learn
provincial
more
level and
about how
the
we can
federal level
transform
as well.
TO
I am
together.
not privy to those
Defending our
discussions,
city
but
from
I
climate
would say
change
that
doesn't
the
require
science on
magic,
COVID-19
just collective
does
action.
continue to
We all
evolve,
play a part,
and we
and
do
together
certainly
we
here
can
at Toronto
transform our
Public Health,
city
we're
to be
paying
greener,
attention to
healthier, more
that which is
prosperous, and
being,
equitable for all.
put forth
Let's
in
transform
other countries
TO
and by
together.
other scientific
Visit
bodies, but we do
livegreentoronto.ca to
await
find out
what
more.
is happening from our provincial and federal counterparts. I have no doubt that they're discussing those issues. I'm not privy to the conversation, so I don't know what specifically the discussion looks like there.
We would typically
So
be
on
doing
an
this
issue like
face to
that,
face,
we
but
wouldn't
because of COVID, we're going to
form
film
our
a
own
video for you
opinion. We
instead.
would wait for
So
guidance
when you go
sort
home,
of
you're going to have
from
a package of
the
information,
public health
and within that package
hierarchy,
is your post-op
Canada,
instructions. We'll get you to
Ontario,
read through
and
this
then
very
Toronto
carefully when you
would
get home, and I'm going to
follow
go through
that.
it step by step now as well.
So through the speaker,
So
that's
the
generally
first
how
thing
it
is that
goes,
you're
and
reducing
the
your
issue,
pets
of course, is
activity
that
for
you
the
need to
next
have
week.
consistency
That
of
means
messaging
no
and
running and
practicing, especially
jumping
on a
for dogs.
scientific
You'll
issue
only
like
be
that,
going out
right?
for
Because it
short
is a
leash walks to
fundamental
go pee and
scientific
poo.
issue, and of course,
As much
we
as you
have
can,
Public
keep
Health
them quiet,
Ontario,
and
the
this is especially
agency
important for
specifically
the female
established
patients. So
to
you're going to be
provide
monitoring the incision
the
twice a
Chief
day.
Medical Officer of Health at the
I'll
province
show you
and the
this girl's
local public
incision
health
here, so you have a
field
sense of what
with
it looks like. So
scientific
the incision
advice.
is just here to here. And
Thank
then
you.
you see the
And
little
similarly,
green tattoo.
the
So that's the normal
minute
appearance.
guide
If you saw any
CDC recently
oozing, redness,
changed to
or
be,
swelling or opening of the incision,
cumulative
we would have you
rather
give
than
us a call.
necessarily
For male
consecutive.
cats,
And I'll
the
roll
incision's gonna
that into
be,
my second
under their
question,
tail.
which
You're
has to do
monitoring,
with
one
transmission
incision
on
between those two square sacs. You're just
TTC
watching
and
that
whether
area,
we
making sure
are,
that they're
as
sticking
the
out. Male dogs,
subways
I'm
and
gonna dog here
buses
for
get
example,
more
but it's
crowded,
just gonna be
buses in
in
particular,
this,
if we
collar
are
part of their abdomen.
noticing, if we are able to trace or have data on transmission
Very
on
important that
public
this
transit.
collar stays on for the next 10 days.
So
If your
through the
pet's having a lot
speaker,
of trouble eating,
we have
with
not
the
picked
collar
up
on,
anything
you
over the
may
course
remove
of
it
the
for
pandemic,
supervised
even
meals.
when the
But as
volumes
soon as
were
you're not watching
higher
that pet, the collar has to go
early
back
on
on.
in the
Just make
pandemic
sure you
of
get 2
transmission
fingers
through
between the
the transit
attachment
system.
and the neck.
And my
So no
understanding
bathing
is
your
that
pets
other
and no going
jurisdictions have
swimming
had a
for the
very
next
similar
10 days.
experience as well.
Or
I
else you're
can't
gonna
speak
not
to it
to
in
put
great
any product
detail.
on the incision
I'm just
or
telling
clean
you
it.
at a high
You're
level
just gonna
what
be
my
monitoring
understanding
it
is
day and
of
night.
that which has
In
happened in
terms of
other
pain
jurisdictions, and I
medication,
can say here that we
for
did
cats,
not
we have
pick
given
up
the
anything
medication here at the clinic.
over the course of
Males
this
have a
pandemic
medication
thus
that's
far
lasting in their
around
system for
transmission
24 hours, and
on
the females have a
passengers. The
slow release
workplaces
drug,
are a
which
little
is gonna
bit
be in their
different.
system for
I think
3
that we
days.
know that
For
within the
dog owners,
context
you
of a
are gonna be
workplace
getting
like
the
the
medication to go home
TTC
with.
or
It's
any
called
other
Medicam
workplace, we
or
know that
Oxycam.
lounge rooms
You're going to have 3
direct
syringes
interactions
drawn up, and
between
you're going to
staff
give them
sometimes do
orally
give
in
rise
the
to
mouth every 24 hours.
transmission.
So you can give
But
that
that's,
after
again,
their
not
breakfast in
surprising.
the morning,
Close
starting
contact
tomorrow,
with
and then the
individuals
following
without a
2
mask,
days. Your pet can have a
gives
small
rise
meal
to the
when they get home
conditions
from
that
the
allow
clinic,
for COVID-19
just half the regular size meal.
I
Sometimes
wanted
the
to
effects
ask
of
you
the
about
anesthetic can linger in their system for a day or 2,
the
so they may
rate
still be a bit nauseous,
of cases
and not
versus
wanna eat.
the rate of
If they keep down that path
hospitalization
now, you
and
can follow up with the
mortality
rest
rate.
of,
So
their
obviously the
food,
number
and
of
then tomorrow regular
cases, if
food
we'd
as
known
well.
in the
Just make
spring
sure that
we
you
were
do
going to
not
have
introduce
these
any
kind of
new foods
numbers,
or
we
treats
would
into their
be,
system in the
I
next
think,
week.
completely freaked
If
out.
you have
And
any
although
concerns with your pet
there's
postoperatively, please
obviously
contact
very
us.
alarming
You'll see the top number here is
increases
during
in
the
deaths
week,
and
Monday to
hospitalizations,
Friday,
it's
9
not
to
at all
5.
like what
The second number
one might
is a
have
pager
thought
for
several months
emergencies
ago
only
from
if you
these
thought your pet
kind
had
of
to go to a clinic immediately.
case numbers. And is that
Otherwise,
just
you
a
can email us
function
at
mainly
speaker@toronto.ca,
who is getting it,
and you
and
can
them
take a
being
picture of the
mostly
incision and send it
younger
to us
rather
that way
than
for
older and more
evaluation,
vulnerable,
and we
or
can
are
book you a
there
recheck
other factors as well.
That was your last question.
Your rabies tag.
Through the speaker, a few points. One, the models that we had around what the potential was for the spring actually suggested figures that were much higher than that which we experienced. So, while there were certainly tragic losses and a number of cases in the spring, I do think it is important to note that there were a number of measures that were taken from a public health perspective, which I believe did avert what could have been much, much worse in the spring. When we look at our more recent cases, you're quite right, Councillor. Some of the cases are the most, the last few weeks of August and into September the cases had a higher proportion of younger individuals represented in those case counts, particularly those aged 20 to 39. And they tend to have less severe outcomes and severe experiences with COVID-19 infection, and therefore experience generally less hospitalization and certainly less mortality as a result of that infection. However, we are noticing that over time, the proportion of our cases that are taken up by that younger age group, the 20 to 39, is dropping, and it is being replaced by an older demographic in terms of cases. And we know that the older you are, the more susceptible you are to the severe impact. So as of late, we have been seeing some increase in hospitalizations, certainly, and especially as the demographic profile of our cases changes. Hospitalizations and deaths tend to be what we call lagging indicators. It takes time before they manifest themselves after an increase in case count.
Okay.
So unfortunately, we are seeing that, and we are seeing that in other jurisdictions as well, particularly in Europe, where their case counts are much higher. They are now seeing significant hospitalizations and unfortunately mortality.
Thank you. Councillor Cole?
Yes, Doctor, I just wonder, why is there always a lag between what you're calling for and what the province implements? I can remember just
Hey, what are you finding down there?
month ago, you're asking for more strict enforcement
that are
and more
about
stringent
ready.
controls,
We're gonna have so
and
many
the province was
zucchinis for
reluctant
months,
to respond,
so
and they
it'd be smart of us to start
after
picking the
2
small
or 3
ones now.
weeks.
I mean, and
Why
start enjoying it
are
now, 'cause
they not
we're gonna have so
responding
much
to
that we're
your
not even
request?
gonna know what to do with, because we have a zucchini
quickly?
plant here, we have one here, we have
So through the
one
speaker,
there. I mean,
I'm not sure
there's
I'm
so
the
much,
best
so-
person
Hey,
to
pull the
answer
leaves back on that one.
might
Let's
be
see
a
the flowers.
question that's better
It's in like
directed
full
towards
flower
my
mode.
provincial
Yeah.
colleagues.
Wow.
But certainly, I can assure you, Councillor, we try to make our requests
pick our
as
first.
meaningful and resonant
go
with
in
Don't
the
have a
the
knife or anything
target
on you,
audience,
just
whether
pull
it's
it
the
off.
province
Yeah, just,
or
you
any
like twist
other party of whom we're making.
Oh, wait, not there. Just
Secondly,
kidding.
the last council meeting,
That looks so good.
we passed a motion asking you to contact, or your office to contact, the medical officials in
Can you get a purple
Taiwan,
potato?
where they have a population
They're all on
of
the top,
23
yeah.
million, and only got about 500-600 cases and only 8 deaths.
The white ones?
To
Toward
find
the middle,
out what
especially.
are some of the recommendations they have to have such an outstanding record of
Looks so
dealing
good.
with COVID-19. Have you had the time? I know you're extremely over the top busy. Has your office had
Little
an
garden
opportunity to
harvest.
contact
Nice.
the medical officials in Taiwan?
So through the speaker, I personally have not had time to connect with with colleagues in Taiwan, but I can say that they have a number
so what
of
do you think
different
about growing in
circumstances,
tires?
or circumstances that make for a very
I thought it
different
was pretty good.
management
Yeah, I mean, our
scenario,
tomatoes are freaking-
public health
we're gonna have
scenario
so many
in
tomatoes.
Taiwan.
And I'm so
Certainly, they
excited.
had
Now
very
we're, like,
restrictive
flourishing.
travel
I think
policies. They
it's-
have
I think
very
it's good.
sweeping communicable disease
Okay, so you have another one.
legislation and very significant powers, including powers to incarcerate people for violations of that very significant infectious disease legislation that they have in place, plus very significant access to cell phone records.
Okay, I've got more of a local issue. For the last 6 months, since really COVID began, I've had a serious public health issue related to the use of crack cocaine. And we've had the manufacturing of crack cocaine. I spoke to council. I also talked about the number of individuals that are very sick and addicted to crack cocaine that are congregating in the area of Eglinton Avenue, Marley, Oakwood area. And they are not wearing masks. They're exchanging needles, exchanging drugs, selling crack cocaine, using crack cocaine all hours of the day and night. I've contacted the deputy fire chief about this danger. I'm just wondering whether you have any way of helping to deal with these people that need immediate attention, not only for their crack cocaine abuse, but also the potential to spread COVID-19 because they do not wear masks or follow social distancing, and they are not only a threat to themselves, sadly, but also to the greater community.
So through the speaker, certainly intoxication with substances does make it difficult for people to follow good public health self-protection measures, including mask use. So that's
What are you making, babe?
And clear. I would say this,
Chinese,
we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has created significant challenges for those who use drugs and who have challenges with substance use.
My favorite.
And we have been working with partners, and I'm
So we're using
happy to
the
bring that,
wood-fired
to their attention to
wok
see what
stove
more
to
might be able
steam
to
the
done-
buns.
Be done, I
We
should
got
say,
bamboo
to
steamers.
support
Yeah.
individuals
We showed
in this
Patreon
community who
last
are
time,
using drugs.
but now we'll show you guys on YouTube.
To the extent that
I'm
we're able
excited.
to provide access to services, and these are
we just make the dough
healthcare
and then let this rest
services,
for about an hour.
so we're not directly responsible for them, but we certainly have access to and are knowledgeable of who these healthcare providers are. I do think that managing substance use as a health issue is an appropriate approach, I should say. Happy to connect with healthcare providers to see how we might support these individuals towards getting that healthcare support that they need and that they would benefit from, both as individuals and frankly the community would benefit as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, but again,
Councillor Cole, your time's up. Thank you.
thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Dr. Davila. Thank you so much for your leadership, your professionalism, and can I just say your calmness in delivering and presenting the news that you have to present to us on a daily basis and so on. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you about the provincial software and case management. In the report, in the recommendation, it talks about meet the needs of the City of Toronto. What are the differences between the needs of the City of Toronto and the needs of the province and other municipalities in the province?
So through the speaker, at a very high level, just given the size of our jurisdiction relative to others and the nature of our city, we tend to have larger, more complex outbreaks of any kind of infectious disease. So these kinds of circumstances aren't necessarily reflected in other jurisdictions, and that's not to take away from their work. It's just the nature of our city and its size. So that's an example of the kinds of things that are different, that need to be different and that need to be reflected for us. And because we have significant volumes, we have slightly different processes relative to, say, a jurisdiction that might only be getting 5 or 10 cases a day. So that's just a high-level example of the kinds of differences that we might have.
So we're 8 months in or so in this pandemic, and we're still asking for the province to recognize that there are differences in what Toronto needs and so on. I'm just wondering, is there a need for more collaboration? You talk about the tables in which you're working with the province and so on, but does it need to be a little bit more coordinated? Does your staff need to have a better coordinated role with the province, or vice versa, in order for us to get the best outcome and to reflect the needs, certainly for Toronto and that of the province?
So through the speaker, when it comes to the case and contact management software, I will say this, at the City of Toronto and at Toronto Public Health in particular, we recognize the benefit of a singular provincial system. The issue for us at this stage is to ensure that the system actually has the functionality, and the functionality we need is different from many other jurisdictions, but it is doable. I think these things can be done. And so as those functions come on board, we also just need the opportunity to transition appropriately. It is always challenging to transition from one information system to another and to do it well. There will still be things, there are always issues that need to be managed, for sure. But to the extent that we can do it well with appropriate time, I think that's how we be successful. That's how we can be most successful.
Fair enough. You've spoken quite eloquently around the inequities, the challenges that are faced with various communities, particularly the Black and Indigenous communities and so on. You talked a little bit about the Equity Action Plan. What's the status of that? Where are we on that? And have you seen a real shift in terms of the virus and its impact in the what I would identify
Way better
as
than
being the
the
marginalized
first time we
communities
did it.
in the
Not
city
like
of
way
Toronto.
better, but the dough.
So just to, through the speaker, to address the last part, we actually
Hun
haven't, I would say that we haven't really seen a shift. In
Sure.
fact, the
Sure.
communities that have been hardest hit by the
Sure.
virus continue to be hardest hit by the
这个
virus.
包子
Unfortunately,
很好吃。
COVID-19 takes advantage
Ganbei.
of
Oh my
the
God,
existing
so good.
inequities and the inequities that existed long before
我好喜欢你的中文。
COVID-19. And I think there's much that we need to do,
你的
not just as public health, but as a
我
city
说
to address that.
啊，
With
我
respect
想
to the
你
Health
的中
Equity
文
Action Plan,
很好听。
we are coming back to council with a
What kind
completed
of cha
plan
is
before
this?
the end of the year.
It's
Okay, thank you very much. I have about a minute left.
Blood
I'm going
orange,
to pose three real questions. The concern about COVID fatigue, if many people are having
That's
them.
the
Just wondering how we
giant
communicate better to allow people to have better
So
understanding in terms of needing to continue doing what they're doing. Mask wearing, we've had protests in the city around mask wearing, whether or not that's something that should be happening, and your thoughts on that. And then finally, with respect to travel policy, as I've had a number of people contact my office saying they'd like to visit Toronto, the borders, going across the borders. Some people have indicated they've actually come across the border. What's the status with respect to the travel policy and crossing the border? You can get in a plane. We've had varying celebrities getting into a plane, flying to varying parts of the world and then coming back. Who's actually governing that? What's the status of travel?
That's your last question, your
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Can I get an answer?
So through the speaker, with respect, COVID fatigue and decreasing mask wearing, I think are part and parcel of the same thing. This is a challenge that all of us are facing throughout the world, particularly in the Western world. We're continuing to have conversations around how best we engage with our population and make it doable for them, make it as easy as possible for our population to do what makes sense from a health perspective. That's not going to stop. We're going to continue. Travel policy, very briefly, is under the federal jurisdiction. They are the ones that manage this. We know that there are different policies that they're using in respect of trying to control their own particular circumstances. So I'm happy to discuss that offline, Councillor, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Dr. Davila. I just want to come back to the issue about restaurants and the calls that we get at our office, because we've got lots of restaurants source outbreaks. In fact, their feeling is it's large social gatherings in private residences or in multi-purpose rooms, and the restaurant set up just before the recent closure was actually quite safe. Your response to their view that this was unfair and that in fact they were running a very safe operation inside and on delivery?
So through the speaker, very briefly, it was never our intent, and it is never our intent to be unfair. What we're trying to do is to apply the best available science here, and the best available science suggests that indoor settings, gatherings of people, especially indoors, and when there are activities that are taking place that make it difficult to use masks on a regular basis or physically distance, those are the circumstances that give rise to transmission. So in our circumstances here in Toronto, we saw those kinds of conditions actually give rise to transmission. Yes, in private gatherings, and yes, in establishments like restaurants and bars, particularly indoors.
So was there any discussion about maybe a stage closer where you'd maybe take away liquor sales and see how that went, and let people serve food, let the restaurants serve food, but maybe suspend liquor sales for a while and see how the numbers looked from that?
So through the speaker, very briefly, yes, but that's actually under provincial jurisdiction. So it was raised with the province.
It was. And that didn't seem like an option.
That might be a question better directed to my provincial colleagues, but it was certainly raised.
Okay, I know where to find. We will give them a call. On a more local basis, a parks asset, the Eurobale Ski Hill, I was recently briefed on some of the safety recommendations that Toronto Public Health has given them to operate this winter. And it makes it, based on the people who are on the call, and there are a lot of people on the call, almost impossible to run that recreational site this winter because of all the restrictions. Now, I would think that getting kids and adults outside into one of our parks, skiing, is one of the safest things we could do this winter. It's a good thing. But the restrictions on it seem to me so draconian that the ski hill won't be able to operate. Have you heard anything back from the community on that?
So through the speaker specifically, no. So I'm not familiar with the specific terms that have been provided, and certainly happy, Councillor, to follow that up offline.
Okay, so we should talk about that offline. Seasonal flu. Just wondering how your supply chain is doing, especially on second double doses. I think double doses for seniors 65 and over. Just wondering whether we're meeting the demand out there, and whether the distribution channel is operating the way we want it to.
So through the speaker, just to be clear, the Universal Influenza Immunization Program is a provincial program. At Toronto Public Health, we are actually a small provider in the grand scheme of things. We're a provider of vaccine like any other provider. So like doctors' offices and pharmacies, we receive vaccine from the provincial government and run some public health clinics. We have traditionally focused on those who have, the last several years, we've focused on those populations that have challenges to access. So we've focused on shelters and drop-ins and the like. Recognizing that doctors' offices and pharmacies provide the vast majority of vaccine. So I'm happy to follow up with the province to see how their distribution channels are going, but our public health clinics are up and running and are doing well, including having infection prevention and control measures given COVID-19.
All right, I've just got a few seconds left. One last question. It was touched on earlier, but in my speaking with the long-term care facilities in my ward, one of the problems is the PSWs and other staff don't always live in Toronto, and they go back home in the evening and then try and get some advice from their local public health authority, and it contradicts what was given at the long-term care facility and what is given by Toronto Public Health. Is there sort of a coordinated effort to make sure the policies and the messaging is harmonized across all the municipal health authorities so that it's consistent messaging?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, we do try to harmonize and coordinate as much as possible. I recognize that that's not always done to 100% effect. However, when it does come to things like personal support workers who work within the context of a long-term care home or any other healthcare facility, I would encourage them. There is an occupational health aspect that's part of that. It is separate from public health, so those things do need to be teased apart, and it does add an extra layer of complication. That being said, we do try to harmonize both across local public health units and occupational health and public health pieces of advice. We want to try to be as consistent as possible. And if there are particular challenges, Councillor, I'm happy to get the team to explore as need be.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to Dr. Davila for all the work that she's doing, both for the City of Toronto and for the country. Thank you so much for that. I just want to focus in on a couple of things. First of all, testing. We all know testing is woefully underserved just across the city in our region. So we've tried to do this mobile testing and so on. But we need to make testing far more widely available for people and in an easier format. There was some talk a little while ago. My question is this: there was some talk a little while ago about the province having bought these 7 million kits that they were going to distribute to people, and people were going to be able to do this test from home. How far away are we from that?
So through the speaker, it's not meant to be done at home, but there are some rapid testing methods that have just been made available and are just starting to come out from the province. So that is, we're in discussions with the province around how best those might be deployed, particularly to those neighborhoods in our city where testing access has been achieved. So that's an active and it's a live conversation.
There was also some talk that there was a test coming available. You could just do a saliva test.
So there are, we don't have access to all the tests available. The province has made available 2 particular tests, and they are soon to be out in the field. Other tests, I'm sure, are still being explored by the federal government, but the tests that are just now, they're not actively right now being play in Ontario, but the discussions are happening right now to figure out how best they will be deployed in areas of need.
And the 2 that you're making available, do you still need a healthcare professional to administer the test, or can they be administered by individuals themselves?
So my understanding, and I'll have to just double check, Councillor, I don't have all the specific details, but it does require going to a healthcare professional. I will double check though, Councillor, and close the loop with you.
I just wanted, we need to get those out there, because it's all about testing. The other stuff, contact tracing, is all good, but testing, if people know they have it, you stay at home if you got a conscience, and that's how we limit the spread, right? It's because people don't know that they have the virus, and they're moving around, and they're touching everybody and everything, and that's how we get the spread. So
through the speaker, Councillor, I agree with you, but prevention is an even better strategy. So to the extent that we can encourage people to participate in self-protection possible, that is a very big benefit.
So agreed, and I just want to thank you our minds to City Hall and City Centers. Here we are encouraging people to sort of go back to work, think the workspace is safe, distance, wash your hands, wear a face mask. So City Hall, we provide a lot of services to people who need to leave. So if we're going to say to our kids, you got to go back to school, if we're going to say to people, look, you got to go back, you got to engage, but you need to engage safely. So when are we going to start engaging safely, both at City Hall? I'll give you a small example. The other day, someone called me and said, I need to know what the assessment is for my property, right? Can you check? Went downstairs where you normally go where the rolls are, completely locked up, completely dark. Now that's me. I have an access card. The public doesn't have an access card to City Hall. Those are services we used to provide to the public, and I understand now a lot of this stuff is online and so on. But we need to re-engage, and we need to provide leadership and engagement. Similarly with council meetings, we just got a memo from you saying stay at home because we believe. But you know what? It denies people democracy, and if we can do it safely, we need to do it safely, but we need to re-engage. And I get it, we can do this from home. But it underserves the city, and it underserves the democratic process in the city.
Councillor Perruzza, that's your last question. Okay, if we can have
that's
Dr. Davila to
question,
answer that
please.
question. Thank you.
So through the speaker, very briefly, Councillor, I think the issue is that where the functions can be, or the work or the duties, as it were, can be conducted remotely or virtually. That's the method by which we can reduce the risk. This speaks to the notion of prevention. And as a public health practitioner, it's my firm belief that prevention is always the best strategy. It may not be the most exciting, and it may not be the most engaging, I would say, but there is a very definitive benefit that results from prevention as a strategy, because it is actually better to prevent than to have to deal with something later. So our general advice has been, for those functions where it is possible to do them virtually and remotely, That's the safest thing we can do to protect our community. And, you know, I might make the argument that in fact we have a responsibility as civic leaders to demonstrate and role model making good choices in support of our community's health.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With respect to testing in schools, I'm just going to pivot a little bit. And I appreciate, Dr. Davila, you just raised the point about prevention. Would you describe the model of testing for COVID-19 right now in schools as preventative or reactive?
So through the speaker, I think by virtue of the fact that we're doing, you know, unless you're talking about surveillance type testing, testing is generally done when you have a reason to suspect that there is a need for a test. So it's not as preventative, it's not as upstream prevention as the kind of prevention I'm speaking of.
And because the anxiety for parents and students and educators, and I'm sure even for health professionals, around how testing takes place with the student population, how does that process roll out? And is there a better way for us to do it? So therefore, we're more proactive as opposed to reactive.
So through the speaker, when it comes to testing, right, generally the current provisions around testing for the province, and I will just remind council that it is a provincial, an area of provincial jurisdiction. It's actually done for the purposes of delineating, does somebody actually have the infection or not? And generally it's meant to be provided in those circumstances where people actually suspect that there may be a case of COVID-19. There are some endeavors underway that are more of a surveillance approach that are trying to understand what's the baseline level of activity. So they're not necessarily done to say, does this person actually have a COVID-19 infection or not? It's just to ascertain what the general level of activity is out there. I think these two things used in concert are probably the best ways by which to deploy testing. That being said, I think there's always an opportunity for improvement. And I think that we have tried to provide advice to our provincial counterparts around where there are opportunities for improvement as we see them on the ground.
Thank you, Dr. Davila, and thank you for of course, that reminder that testing is a provincial matter. But because schools are situated locally and they are under the guidance and the government of the Toronto District School Board, and because Toronto Public Health is also involved with those discussions, you know, there is the opportunity for that input loop. Because because around 17 to 20% of the people who are living with COVID are sometimes asymptomatic. If students in those populations and in the congregate school settings are positive but asymptomatic, and that community spread can happen very quickly, and we're not testing proactively or doing surveillance testing, has that issue been raised with the province, and are they open to enhancing the testing models at the schools?
So through the speaker, I won't get into all the details, but at a very high level, Council, the situation that you speak of where there is the potential for household transmission, where you know you've got a case, we actually do have protocols by which to test those within the household over and above the isolation that they're required to participate in, specifically for that reason, to try to minimize further and ongoing transmission of COVID-19 in exactly those circumstances. So that's one example of how we manage that at the local level. The testing is still done through healthcare providers, which are of course under provincial jurisdiction, but it is the way that we interface with each other, local level and province and healthcare.
Yeah, and my final question comes from information I've just stumbled upon, largely by way of conversation with some good folks in hospitals, is that Ontario Health, as well as our division, of course, your division, Toronto Public Health sits in a in an environment where you are working with the TDSB as well as the Ministry of Health around trying to respond to the requirement for more rapid testing in the school environment. And my understanding is that there's a bit of a log jam in terms of what is the conventional testing model and something that one of the local hospitals would like to deploy in terms of a more rapid testing model. And I have been advised that we are, it's not a matter of Toronto Public Health not agreeing or the TDSB necessarily not agreeing, but it's the fact that the 3 or 4 bodies that sit around that table can't seem to find a resolution. And at the same time, the student population, the parents are fully aware that, or perhaps not entirely aware, is that there is a bit of a log jam around
Councillor,
the decision-making.
you're over your time, so that's your last question. Allow the staff to respond, please.
So thank you. Through the speaker, Councillor, I'm unfamiliar with the specifics of that circumstance. Happy to take that offline and figure out what seems to be at issue.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to our Medical Officer of Health, thank you very much for your and your team's continued dedication and contribution to the citywide effort. I know it's been a marathon, and it continues. We all, I think, deeply owe a deep debt to you and your team. I'd like to ask you some questions about the equity action plans, because this isn't something that I'm familiar with. It came up in the discussions at the Board of Health. It's clear that that COVID-19 is highlighting inequality in our city, and that's translating to health. Could you give us an idea of what the status of the COVID-19 response equity action plans might look like, and if other governments are doing this?
So through the speaker, I'm less familiar around what specifically is being done by other governments. My understanding is that there is an increasing focus by various jurisdictions on the equity aspects that COVID-19 has unfortunately really
From wind
highlighted.
energy cowboys like Dan Belavan to the Premier of Nova Scotia, we seek out the people who are leading the way to a green energy future.
Really become very glaring, if you will, in the light of COVID-19. And the kinds of
From
things
solar
that are
projects in
articulated
Ontario
in the
to the
plan are
tidal
some that are
energy of the Bay of Fundy and
specific
run-of-river
COVID-19
projects in British
So
Columbia,
access to
we go
testing,
across this country to bring you positive,
isolation centers,
uplifting
for
stories
example, for those
about
who
people working
are
on green energy projects in their
unable
homes,
to effect
businesses,
safe,
and communities.
isolation within their own households. And as well, all the corollary pieces that need to come along with appropriate management of COVID-19 infections or circumstances. So food security issues, getting access to income support, various other health and
I'm David
healthcare
Dodge.
and social
Join us
support.
every week on
These are
Green
just a
Energy
few of the
Futures.
examples. And there is well some infrastructure supports, better access to Wi-Fi, given that many of the facilities where members of our community might access computers or internet were effectively shut down, given some of the public health measures that were necessary during Wave 1. So those are just, I mean, that's a high-level sort of summary and a few examples of the kinds of things that are captured in the equity action plan, and those are more in the immediate to
terraces. We've used
immediate
logs
to
given to us by
intermediate
arborists, put
but
them
I do
on
think
contour
that from
so
a
that
public
water is
health
captured
perspective,
behind them,
as we
and that
move
water then goes
beyond
to fruit
specific
trees.
COVID-19
So what we have in this row is
given that
Saskatoons,
our fundamental objective
gojies, and you can see
is
these
to improve health
beautiful
status
goji
and to
berries
reduce
starting to come on
inequities in
here.
health
You're familiar
status.
with them, often
There will
dried,
be
but they're
much more
wonderful
that needs
fresh
to
as
be
well.
done specifically to
And
the social
we've got beaked
determinants of health.
hazelnuts.
They've been
And that's just the
highlighted by
first row.
COVID-19.
The row we
and
passed
I
that was
think we
lower
have an
down is all
opportunity,
HASCAPs,
on a
and
go-forward
hundreds of them.
basis to really
Just
work on
yesterday we
those,
were here with a new
so that we're
community
more
group that just came
resilient
on
in
out.
the
And
face
we
of the
planted
next
over 50
infectious disease
HASCAP
pandemic
bushes
or
to
any
add to the
other health
project.
threat.
This project now has over 150
So to the best of your
fruit trees
knowledge,
and shrubs, and
knowledge,
it's all
other levels
free
of
for
government are not
community,
doing this.
installed by community.
So
with
I'm not
city
familiar
support.
with what's happening
I've done
at the
about
provincial
5 or 6 of
government
these
or the
projects
federal
now in the
government in this
province.
regard,
So
but my understanding is
I
that
had
other
worked with
cities are
one of
looking
the
at exactly
organizers
this
in the
kind
community group before on actually another food forest that's just a couple blocks from here. So when the land came up to the owner of the church said, hey, I want to use this land differently, she piped in and said, well, how about we make this a food forest and edible landscape, and I know just the guy. So I came on board the project and did a design for them, and then I led them in the install, teaching people how to plant these trees and utilize their space. There's lots of names for this. Edible landscaping is the term everyone gets, but the true name in permaculture is called food forest. The idea that we can copy the structure and process of a forest, but substitute the species so they're all edible.
So have the province
increased the amount? That's what we have here. We've got apples, plums, cherries, Saskatoons, Haskaps, beet
through the speaker, I'm not sure that it's, I think there's a couple of things there. One, mobile testing can
a very hard
but it's interesting.
Fruit shrub.
I
sometimes can even be considered invasive. There's actually a wide variety of them in the Edmonton River Valley. The kind that we have here are more of a taller tree instead of a shrub.
Sometimes it is mobile. Sometimes it is pop-up. And
they
other times
are an orange berry that you can use in your salads, or you can juice, or you can freeze.
That is accessible
you can
to
eat
a
them
given
fresh
geographic
as well.
area, to a given
Most
community.
people
So
will
I
dry
try not
them,
to
and they'll
focus it on
use
a
them in
specific
like a
kind
trail
of
mix, or
testing.
eat them just
What
fresh
kind of
dried.
testing makes sense for what circumstances? Where
Food
that
forests allow people to connect with their food again in a way that's not laborious, overly laborious. When most people think about food, they think annuals. And there's a lot of work that goes into making a garden or a monoculture agriculture system. But trees grow themselves. Yes, you need to put the energy in to plant them. Yes, you got to make sure they stay alive. But then after that, year after year after year, they keep producing.
While much of the world stays home, Canada's fertilizer industry keeps working to ensure the food we depend on
Good afternoon and welcome to the City of Toronto's COVID-19 media briefing for Wednesday, October the 28th, 2020. Joining us today is Mayor John Tory and Toronto's Medical Officer, Dr. Eileen de Villa. Mayor Tory?
Well, Brad, thank you and good afternoon. Well, we're all feeling the effects of the pandemic in some way. We know there are neighborhoods in our city where some of our more vulnerable residents are being hit harder by this virus. Over the past few weeks, we've seen the number of positive COVID-19 cases drastically increase, especially in the northwest part of the city. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we've been working hard along with local councillors, especially the councillors in the northwest part of the city, to ensure that residents are aware of what they can do to help us slow the spread of the virus, and just as importantly, to make sure that those residents continue to have access to the information, to the services, and to the resources that they need during this particularly challenging time for them and for the area of the city in which they live. Today, Dr. de Villa will be delivering an update on what public health is doing to help fight this virus in the Northwest. The government of the City of Toronto itself is also working to make sure that it is doing everything it can to help residents, of course, across the city, but especially in areas where we know there is increased spread of the virus, like in the northwest part of the city. For example, while the city doesn't administer COVID-19 testing or process the results, we are working to support community health centers conducting provincial testing where we can, and that means particularly in the Northwest. We have worked to make sure that we find ways to make city space available to community health centers and Ontario Health for COVID-19 pop-up testing sites in that Rexdale and Black Creek part of the city, or for that matter, any other place where a particular location can make a positive difference in terms of accessibility to testing. This week, pop-up testing sites have been requested by the Black Creek Community Health Center and approved by forestry and recreation staff at Falstaff Community Center, Oakdale Community Center, Northwood Community Center, Gord and Irene Risk Community Center, and Chalk Farm Community Center. So we've been trying to be responsive as quickly as we possibly can to the need for these places to do this testing on a more localized basis. We've also provided the Elm Bank Community Recreation Center for pop-up testing by the Rexdale Community Health Center last Sunday and this coming Sunday. This is based on careful consideration of how we can make testing as accessible as possible in places where it will make a positive difference. So these are examples of the cooperation underway to help people right now in that part of the city, working as between those responsible for testing and the city which has locations in which it can be carried out. Another successful cooperative effort was the work we did with the Government of Canada to open up a COVID-19 isolation site, the first of its kind in Canada, for people who can't safely self-isolate, because we know that has been an issue for families in the Northwest who in some cases reside in housing where close quarters make the concept of isolation very challenging, if not impossible. We're also partnering with many community-based agencies to implement programs and services in the Northwest and investing in these same agencies through the TO Supports Investment Fund. You may recall that last week we announced $1.9 million in funding through our TO Supports program to help several community-based agencies across the city, many of which actually operate in the northwest of the city. Through this TO Supports Investment Fund, the city has invested, for example, $283,000 to equip local agencies serving mainly Black Torontonians in Northwest Toronto to provide family support, mental health support, social connection, and community safety services. We further invested $820,000 in local food security programs in Northwest Toronto to support food banks, emergency food delivery, prepared meals, emergency food vouchers, and food handling certification. A priority for this funding was to ensure culturally appropriate food staples and meals are available to residents in their respective communities. The city continues to work with North York Harvest Food Bank, and of course, most of the northwest of the city, not all, is in North York, one of the TO support recipients as well, and that offers food bank service weekly from Toronto Public Library branches at Albion and Jane Shepherd. The city is now working with North York Harvest to expand food distribution throughout recreation facilities with a focus on neighborhoods. The Northwest will continue to be an area of priority attention in the next round of funding from the TO Supports Investment Fund. Early in the pandemic, the city and the United Way of Greater Toronto created the Community Coordination Plan to make sure there was a coordinated response and constant communication between the city, the United Way, and all the different community organizations. The United Way was uniquely suited to perform this role as between the city and all these community organizations, since they work with both of us on an ongoing basis. That work helped to make sure that we got information to communities around masking protocols, physical distancing, virtual programs and services available to help people maintain physical distancing while still seeking the services that they need. We've also moved to make sure that we take other measures to help people to stay healthy, again across the city, but with a real focus on Northwest Toronto. And this has included the city providing additional funding and in-person mentor visits to childcare operators in the northwest area of the city, as well as other COVID-19 hotspots, to support implementation of sound health and safety practices. Toronto Public Library Foundation continues to support the distribution of free laptops and Wi-Fi hotspots throughout the community agencies in the northwest part of Toronto, including Jane Finch Centre, Rexdale Community Health Centre, Unison Health and Community Services, Syme Woolner Neighbourhood, and Family Centre, just to name a few. The city has revised childcare fee subsidy policies to help families affected by COVID-19 by doing the following: increasing the number of sick days a child can be absent from childcare, and ensuring that the 28-day modified Stage 2 rollback does not negatively impact families' entitlement to a fee subsidy. Toronto Community Housing, the Seniors Housing Unit, is responsible for 6 senior-designated buildings in wards 1, 7, and 5 in the north and west part of the city. During the pandemic, TCHC has been distributing face masks and information materials to all senior residents, conducting tenant wellness checks for the seniors, and supporting prepared meal delivery to all senior tenants in the northwest buildings. So this is just an idea of some of what the city itself has been doing aside from public health measures that Dr. Davila will talk about in just a moment. On the citywide front, I continue to work on the development of scenarios we can implement dependent upon existing circumstances at the conclusion of the current 28-day period of modified stage 2. While ultimately the day 29 plus plan will be principally governed by public health considerations, considered carefully by Dr. Davila and her team, I am trying to ensure that the term is taken in its broadest context, the term public health in its broadest context, obviously focused on COVID-19, but also taking into account broader conceptions of public health and overall individual well-being. I have made no secret of the fact that I am looking to see if we can develop, in a way that is safe and healthy, what I have come to call a doors open safely protocol or scenario that can help to guide us in the period of day 29 plus. The objective here is to have a scenario available which is similar to how schools will reopen, seemingly safely and successfully based on experience to date, with a presumption they would be open, subject to rigorous health and safety conditions. While health advice will ultimately come from health experts, as has worked very well for us in battling this virus to date, I think it is fair and appropriate for me to ask that post day 29, that advice include careful consideration, as I'm sure it would have, but now I'm sure it will, of at least one doors open safely scenario, which allows us to look at what ways exist, if any, to in fact have doors open safely and see them remain open. Dr. Davila will now update on current pandemic conditions across the city and on public health measures undertaken to assist our fellow residents living in the northwest of the city. Doctor?
Thank you, Mayor Tory, and good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am reporting 321 new COVID-19 cases. 140 people are now in hospital with COVID-19 and 37 are in ICU. It's widely understood that COVID-19 hits hardest in places that are low income or economically disadvantaged. And we know that racialized Toronto residents are especially vulnerable during this pandemic. Current data shows that 30% of people living in Toronto are classified as living below the low-income threshold, but they accounted for 50% of COVID-19 cases. Based on data, my team determined that over the course of the pandemic so far, Northwest Toronto stood out for higher rates of COVID-19, lower testing rates, and higher positivity rates in comparison to other parts of our city. One distinction worth making before we look at the specific numbers is that where a person lives is not a reliable indicator of where they got infected with COVID-19. The people of the northwest of the city are like everyone else, as likely to live in one part of Toronto, but travel throughout it. It's also important to recognize that a lot of hardworking people have to work outside of their home, delivering essential services that have to be done in person and on the job in places like hospitals, grocery stores, pharmacies, long-term care homes, and food production and distribution facilities. And they deserve our support as they go to work. The 3 wards that cover the northwest part of the city where rates are high are Humber River Black Creek, York Southweston, and Etobicoke North. Each of these wards is home to approximately 4% of our population. In contrast, Humber River Black Creek and Etobicoke North each accounted for 8.2% of all Toronto cases of COVID-19 in the last 3 weeks, while York Southweston accounted for 6.7% of our total cases. Another measure of the burden these areas experience is the case rate per 100,000 people. While the overall Toronto case rate has been 172.7 cases per 100,000 people in the last 3 weeks, these 3 wards experienced COVID-19 rates that were between 70% to 120% higher than for Toronto Specifically, in Humber River Black Creek, it was 387.8 per 100,000. In Etobicoke North, 356.7 per 100,000. In York Southweston, 293.1 per 100,000. To sum it up, 3 adjacent wards in one part of the city, representing roughly 16% of the total population, bore 23.1%, almost 1/4 of all Toronto COVID-19 cases over the past 3 weeks. Much recent attention has been given to the added value of looking at percent positivity. This information is reported to us at the neighborhood level, but I can tell you that these 3 wards contain neighborhoods with some of Toronto's highest percent positivity values. Only 4 of the 26 neighborhoods included in these wards had percent positivity values that were less than 4%. This is not a new story, just the latest chapter in a troubling one. Through the pandemic, there has been focus on the heavy burden borne by these areas and specific activities to address the imbalance. These activities are delivered by Toronto Public Health and by our partners in other city divisions and at senior levels of government. As you just heard, Mayor Tory described the efforts by our city partners. I will speak to many of the efforts led by my team at Toronto Public Health. Our work in Northwest Toronto and in any part of Toronto where the pandemic has or may yet hit hard breaks into 3 categories: providing information, direct interaction, as well as access to health services and health services promotion. Our most important way to reach people with vital information about COVID-19 transmission, prevention, testing, and social supports is through our COVID-19 Outreach Rapid Response Team. You will hear me refer to them frequently throughout my remarks today. Access to health services and promotion of health services helps people access testing. It also means advocating on their behalf to expand access to testing. My team works closely with Ontario Health's Toronto region to provide recommendations for testing needs and testing sites. My team also shares COVID-19 data like neighborhood case counts to work with community partners to identify appropriate sites for testing, which is funded by Ontario Health and planned and delivered at the local level by a variety of local agencies. We have used data to recommend the most strategic test sites in neighborhoods. The data helps us understand which neighborhoods have low testing rates, yet continue to have high rates of COVID-19 infections. These are areas that would benefit most from increased access to testing. Practically speaking, the results have led to testing in locations at community recreation centers, to malls, and even a church. It allows for testing where people are living their daily lives. Toronto Public Health's COVID-19 Outreach Rapid Response Team promotes community pop-up testing sites and collaborates with community agencies to help develop translated promotional posters and social media banners. In the 2 most recent months, we have helped raise awareness of testing access by promoting 17 pop-up testing availabilities. The team has also distributed test site information in the community through means like community canvassing, as well as distributing posters in various locations, such as apartment buildings, places of worship, and grocery stores. The Board of Health and Council have called on the province to increase the availability and accessibility of provincial testing in the Northwest. Providing information is the second area of focus. People cannot protect themselves properly without knowing what to do. The outreach team delivers presentations about COVID-19 to groups of residents, primarily those living in Toronto neighborhoods with the highest COVID-19 case counts. They address questions about transmission, prevention, testing information, and provide community support. The outreach team also present to community agency staff and volunteers to build their capacity in communicating COVID-19 public health messages to their clients. Presentations have been made at drop-ins, at senior services, cultural services, and community centers. Between mid-August and mid-October, the outreach team made almost 140 presentations, reaching 2,900 residents and almost 550 staff at community agencies. Direct interaction is also very important. Two ways we interact with people in the Northwest and elsewhere are through canvassing and through information tables. Over the summer months, outreach teams conducted almost 80 community canvassing efforts at locations like shopping centers, grocery stores, and places of worship. They also set up information tables in various community locations, such as food banks, drop-in centers, and multi-unit residential building lobbies. Between mid-August and mid-October, this outreach allowed us to connect directly with more than 2,100 people. Between mid-August and mid-October, we also provided nearly 60 information table setups and were able to reach more than 2,300 residents. In a large, diverse city like Toronto, you can't operate on the assumption that everybody speaks the same language or speaks English fluently. This is why our community outreach team is multilingual and provides services in 28 different languages. Currently, information relating to COVID-19 is also being translated into approximately 30 languages. Wherever you live, the steps for self-protection are the biggest and best things we can do to limit the spread of COVID-19 in Toronto. This means keeping at least 6 feet apart from others as often as we can, wearing your mask whenever you can, washing your hands frequently, and trying as much as possible to limit your contact with the people that you live with. While we are all in this together, our experiences living with COVID-19 can be quite different. Those differences illustrate health inequity. Simply put, when the health of some people is different from others because the circumstances in which they live are so different, often so unequal, that one unfairly suffers where another succeeds. This is why our Board of Health and City Council called for the creation of a COVID-19 response equity action plan by the city and as well by the provincial and federal governments to eliminate the unequal impact of the pandemic experienced by many communities. The Toronto Plan will be presented to our Board of Health in December, a plan to identify tailored, targeted action to facilitate good health in the whole city and to address the inequities that are felt heavily in neighborhoods such as those we've spoken about today. This work will need a united and concerted effort by all levels of government to support the conditions where all people are able to rise to their full potential. COVID-19 will not be with us forever, but the factors that worsen it in some parts of Toronto will not go away with it, not without hard work and a clear plan. The health of a city is determined by the health of the whole city. I feel confident we have seen in the pandemic a new understanding of what can be achieved when we work together. If COVID-19 has a legacy, I hope it will be a commitment to acting in ways that reflect the many things we've learned about ourselves through this, and a resolve to act in ways that reflect that knowledge. With that, I'll turn it back over to Brad. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. DeVillo. We do have a number of staff on the line to answer the specific questions, including Chief Pegg. Our first question is to Megan King from Global News. Go ahead, Megan.
Hi there. This is a question for Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Hi there, Mr. Mayor. Canada's largest fitness company, Good Life, has asked its members to reach out to their MPPs to help get their gyms reopened. In Toronto, they are closed for 28 days. Do you think it's safe for gyms to reopen given the rise in COVID numbers?
Let me put it this way, and it fits very much into what I was talking about in terms of a doors open safely kind of approach. I think there can be a way found where in certain circumstances, subject to certain conditions, we could have gyms reopened. You'll recall that the advice we received and that we passed on to the provincial government back a little while ago was that it was group activities in particular that perhaps formed more of a danger to public health. But I'm not presuming upon that still being the case today or anything else. I'm not a medical expert, but I think that one of the reasons I've asked for doors open safely scenarios to be brought forward is so that we can find a way in which we can have people have access to what are healthy activities to the greatest extent possible, but still safe in the context of public health. And I think there can be a way found to do that.
Thank you. And on to patio season. While City Council has approved an extension for patio season to support local restaurants, curbside patios will still have to close due to snow removal necessity. How are these businesses being told about this? And do you think they have enough warning to decide whether to stay open or not? There seems to be some bars that weren't aware that they wouldn't be able to operate.
Well, going from memory, I think I first started talking about the absolute necessity because of snow clearing, nothing more and nothing less, but it's very important that I started talking about this probably 2 weeks or more ago, very publicly, repeatedly. I think that around that same time, there were notices that were given of the fact that we would begin the process, because it didn't all happen on one day, of removing the things that protected this space in the curb lanes for use as patios. And so I'm sorry if people haven't received that news and were caught a bit by surprise, but I think it was obvious, fairly self-evident that we would have to clear away these spaces for the winter months because of the snow, and that it is my fond hope, and I'm really looking forward to receiving a report from the staff that will allow us as soon as possible to say to those very same businesses and to the people who enjoyed those patios, they will be back as soon as we can get the snow cleared away and spring comes in let's say, April. So that's the objective.
Okay, thank you. We'll go next to John Chidley Hill from the Canadian Press. John, go ahead, please.
Mr. Mayor, this question's also for you before you put that mask on. You just spoke about trying to come up with a plan for reopening gyms. I'm curious, why is it important to reopen gyms?
Well, I think it's important to reopen as much as we can, because I think that if you look at this broader context of public health, which I've learned about from Dr. DeVilla, among others, which says that it isn't just about people not having COVID, which is extremely important, obviously, but also it's about their state of other physical well-being, it's about their mental health, it's about their financial state of health. This is all part of what causes people to be overall healthy in our city. And part of that is the opportunity to go to a place where you can get exercise. And increasingly, as the weather gets colder, people will be looking to do that in settings that may be indoors. So the challenge for us is to have the doors open safely so that people can go to gyms or many other places, including restaurants, but do it safely with the maximum number of rules and regulations in place that promote safety while still making it viable for places to be open. But physical exercise and the ability to go places like that, even just the socialization that it involves for people who've been cooped up, are all important, but you have to do it safely. And so that's what we're working to try and find that way right now.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any follow-ups.
Okay, John, thank you so much. We'll go next now to Matt Bingley from Global News. Matt, go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I was just wondering if you could first just clarify these pop-up locations that the mayor was talking about earlier. Are these areas which the province have approved pop-up testing will proceed this weekend. And I'm wondering, just to Dr. Davila, obviously the Northwest is one area where you're looking for more information through testing, but I'm wondering if you could tell us what other areas you have requested the province step in to allow more pop-up testing or even more access to testing so that Toronto Public Health can get a clearer picture of exactly what's going on there.
So Matt, to the first point you raised in your question, so testing and access to testing is really something that is under the provincial jurisdiction. They oversee all of healthcare, and testing is indeed part of healthcare. It is something that we have to liaise with, and of course our data help to inform where there are areas of COVID-19 activity. And as well, we have data now that we are publishing and sharing with relevant partners, including our provincial partners, around where testing rates seem to be falling behind and therefore would be areas where more testing might be warranted. So we're providing that forward, and the ministry and its healthcare agencies and partners who actually engage in that kind of work in direct frontline on the ground healthcare are working with Ontario Health and other provincial agencies to make pop-up testing and other forms of testing available, premised at least in part on the data that we provide. So as we get data and understand which areas of the city would benefit from increased testing, that's the kind of thing through our liaison functions, both with the province and with community agencies. We put information out there and suggest, look, what we're seeing in our data is that there are certain neighborhoods throughout, various parts of the city. Based on testing rates, they look like they could use some more testing. Who is around in the area? Who has connections into that community? Who knows where the testing might actually be most valuable, meaningful, and resonant? And how do we connect with people, residents within that community, so that when we set up testing efforts, they're likely to be successful? That's the kind of work that we do, and it's the kind of partnership that's necessary to solve the challenges of COVID-19.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, at Council this morning, there were a number of questions directed at you about areas where you can identify where transmission is occurring, because you've of course said repeatedly that just where somebody lives doesn't mean they've caught it there. But I'm just wondering, are you able to actually identify those zones and put that data out there? And it seemed like the suggestion was that there could be maybe some areas where there is low transmission rates where they could perhaps see fewer restrictions. Is that possible? Because I know New York has cluster zones and buffer zones. Is that something you could do on a smaller scale in a city like Toronto?
Well, I think there are a number of different options that we're all constantly trying to explore. The New York model is certainly one of them. We've seen, areas that are providing for hot zones and buffer zones around them. And we've seen other jurisdictions just go to, straight out lockdown. As you can see, this is something, and it's a circumstance where we're all learning very much in real time, simply because this is a new virus. What I can say is that when we do look at transmission here in the city of Toronto, we do know, and we have reported out where there have been clusters. And notably, when we talk about transmission, that's exactly what we're talking about when we talk about outbreaks. And on our website, we actually have a specific component of our website dedicated towards outbreaks. And as per direction from the Board of Health, we are actively working on upgrading and constantly improving that section of our website that describes outbreaks, so people might actually have a better sense as to where transmission is happening in our city so that they can take appropriate action.
We'll go next to Dave Ryder from the Toronto Star. Dave, go ahead.
Hi, this question is for both Mayor Tory and Dr. Davila. You've been urging people to follow all the rules, and in some cases when there's specific examples of people breaking the rules, have sort of called them out with large parties and so on. I'm wondering how you both react to a photo of a member of the provincial government standing, smiling with 40 other people, not a mask in sight. Sam Oosterhoff has said He apologized for momentarily taking off his mask, but as I said, there's no masks there. And in fact, the owner of the restaurant where it happened says he repeatedly asked the MPP and the other guests to put on masks, and they did not. How do you tell people to follow the rules when there's that example out there?
So, you know, I actually have to be upfront. I have not seen the picture myself. I have heard about this, and obviously, you know, I recognize that this is challenging for all of us. I think we've heard a number of people comment on the experience of pandemic fatigue. And, you know, I think if we're all being very honest with ourselves, I think we're all suffering from a degree of pandemic fatigue. It has been a very long, several months now of fighting COVID-19. So I suppose within the realm of public health, we feel a special brand of pandemic fatigue, but we too are members of the community and suffering many of the same challenges that all of us are living through, having to restrict our activities and you know, adapt and adopt new practices that frankly are not natural to us. So I think, you know, as with everything, I think we're constantly seeking to resolve to do better with each and every day. And I would hope that the same is true of our leaders. And I'll turn it over to Mayor Tory if he has further comments.
Well, I have seen the picture many times, and I can only describe it as unfortunate. But, you know, what was as stunning to me, I mean, I myself, one time went to a park and pulled a mask down that I was wearing and was rightly criticized for that, and I apologized for that. I have had my picture taken many times in the period since then over the last few months by people where I was and they were wearing a mask, but nonetheless they got too close to me, and I've had to go to great efforts to make sure people didn't get too close, certainly not without a mask, or people want to touch you, and it's just part of what normally would be going on. What was more surprising to me, I mean, again, it's unfortunate that an elected leader, a person with a public profile was not wearing a mask, was that the person was surrounded by 40 other people who also weren't wearing masks. A big crowd of people standing very close together, not wearing masks, any of them. And that is something we've been talking about every day, saying, if you are going to be in a circumstance where you can't keep physical distance, wear a mask. And I'm not sure there still wouldn't have been some public discourse about this if all the people had been wearing masks standing in such close quarters. But to have the two things happen was very unfortunate, because it just undermines, you know, the message that we're trying to get out there about the importance of wearing a mask. I'm one of those who believes that people should wear masks as often as they can, for as long as they can, in as many places as they possibly can, because I think it will actually make a real difference. But it didn't clearly happen there, and that's unfortunate.
Thank you. I have no further question.
Okay, Dave, thank you. We'll go then to your colleague, Francine Copin from the Toronto Star. Go ahead, Francine.
Oh, hi. My question is for either Mayor Tory or Dr. Davila. Are you starting to see that restrictions are resulting in worse all-round health outcomes than not having restrictions? Is that why we're starting to hear some language about, you know, preparing a reopening plan for day 29?
So I'll start off, Francine. You know, what we have noticed and what I have been impressed with throughout the entire pandemic is, you know, the commitment of Torontonians. I really have been impressed, despite being very, very tired. And I know that there have certainly been health impacts across the board. You've heard that which we've spoken about in the northwest of the city, but it's not exclusive to the northwest. I think that what you have heard from us throughout the entire pandemic has been the objectives that have not been exclusively in one direction or another. The objectives throughout the entire response to the COVID-19 pandemic have been to mitigate the impacts to the greatest extent possible of COVID-19 directly on the health of the people of Toronto, to preserve the capacity of healthcare to respond to the many needs that our city has and its population has, and of course to mitigate those broader health, social, and economic impacts. I think we have worked very hard, not only here at Toronto Public Health and in concert with other city divisions and other government partners, but as well with our communities to try to achieve that balance as best as possible. And I think what I can say is that you will continuously hear us and see us striving to achieve those objectives in as balanced a fashion as is possible. And I'll turn it over to the Mayor.
Well, my main point in bringing forward this concept of a plan for day 29 and going forward, and the concept of doors open safely, is really just to start from the premise that you have to have a plan when you end this 28-day period. You can't just come out of that and say, well, we're back to whatever business as usual was. I will admit that I have a bias to a plan that can have doors open safely in as many places as possible, simply because I've learned from Dr. Davila and others about this broader concept of public health that says that if people are out of work, they can't feed their family or themselves properly. They may not be able to pay their rent and might lose their housing. They're going to have mental health issues by virtue of the fact they're in crisis because of a lack of work or whatever in their family. So this is a broader context within you look at public health. And secondly, I think that people out there in the City of Toronto want to see that we have a plan because they have the right to expect that from us as a matter of maintaining public confidence in us. I think they have been confident, and as Dr. Davila said, they've responded extraordinarily well in terms of, for all the talk about non-compliance with masks on the TTC or those kinds of things, people have been extraordinary in their compliance and their cooperation and their understanding. But I think they also would expect we would have a plan that isn't just static and stays the same all the time in a circumstance that's rapidly changing, and that we would have a plan that takes into account this broader requirement of public health so that we can try to move ourselves back towards a more normal existence, but in a way that is safe and healthy for everybody. So that's exactly what has been behind my comments, and I've shared those comments with the Premier and with lots of other people that I've been talking to try to get their views, but also to say that I think this is something we just have to be doing as a matter of the responsibility we have as public officials.
And my next question is for Mayor Tory. How would you describe the impact that COVID-19 has had on independent businesses in Toronto?
Devastating because you went in independent businesses that have been around for some period of time are used to recessions where you lose a percentage of your sales and where some of your activity is curtailed because of economic slowdown. What nobody's ever experienced before in our lifetime, I don't think, is a complete cessation of business, which they went through for a period of time in some cases. In other cases, they've had several of those complete cessations of business because of public health measures. And so I think this has caused liquidity crises. They've told me that because I've spent extensive periods of time talking to and listening to businesses. It has caused, for many layoffs to have taken place, even where those businesses did survive, but with far fewer people. It has caused businesses to be lost. So it's caused untold anguish and damage to the economy. And what you have to hope, just like grass that sometimes will die, is that there's a way in which it can come back if you water it and care for it. And if we get some break on the health side and maybe some, kinds of new approaches that we're talking about now for the next stage of all this. But it's been devastating. And, I'm confident that Toronto has such inherent strengths. We are seen so well in the rest of the world. We are such a linchpin to the success of this country that we can come back. And some of those businesses will come back, but some won't. But it's been devastating. I don't think there's any other word that you could possibly use to describe it. Even that might understate the impact that it's had.
Okay, thank you. We go next to Richard Warnica from the National Post. Richard, go ahead.
Hi, this question for Dr. Davila. Dr. Davila, have you seen any evidence or any suggestion that people who really do need COVID tests, so people who are symptomatic or who are close contacts of a known case, are avoiding getting tested in any kind of numbers?
So what I have certainly heard from community partners in particular, who are a little closer to members in our community and residents in the community by virtue of where they're situated, have spoken about challenges and some reluctance on the part of members of the community to get testing. So I certainly heard that, but not directly. It's been through other partners.
And what kind of reasons, I guess, are then you hearing secondhand for that reluctance?
Well, I think there are a number of reasons. For some people, the harsh reality is that if they are diagnosed with COVID-19, there is concern around what that means for work, given that there are isolation issues, and what that will mean for family livelihood. If you're a sole breadwinner and you are unable to work and your circumstances are such that if you're not working, you're not taking in income, your entire family livelihood is seriously in jeopardy. So that's one example of the kinds of an issue that might actually get in the way of people taking advantage of testing, even in circumstances where that testing is warranted.
Thank you.
We'll go next to Jane Stevenson.
Oh, hi, this is for Mayor Tory. Just getting back again to Jim question. Part of their arguments from gym owners is that the dance studios were allowed to reopen and that they should be treated the same. Do you agree that dance studios and gyms should be treated the same in terms of whether they should be closed or open?
I won't just sounds like it makes sense. Distinguishing feature with the dance studios, I believe, when they were considering reopening them, which they ultimately agreed to do, the province that is, was that dance programs have a defined enrollment. So you knew exactly who was going to come, how many people were there, and so on. Is it possible that you could have gyms operated in a way, as I think was the case previously, where you had a certain restricted number of people in the gym at a given time? Is it possible you could do it without the group activities, which is something Toronto Public Health had recommended in previous times, so you don't have that kind of uncertainty in group activity? Yes. Should they be treated as being exactly the same? I don't think they are. But I think that what's needed here is what I'm sure is happening, which is a careful examination. We now have about 10 days left in the 28-day period, a careful examination of gyms, their utility to people's good health, as was asked about earlier, and to socialization, but also at the same time the risks that they do pose as places of congregate gathering. And I'm sure that we can come out with something that could see them open safely, but that's what we're working on across the board in all these different kinds of businesses, to see if there's a coming together of the desirability of having them open, the desirability obviously from a business perspective of having them open, and good health and safety for people, which is something that we've obviously been deeply concerned about always, but especially in the last 6 or 7 months.
Follow-up, Jane?
No follow-up. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll go next to Lucas Meyer from News Talk 10. Lucas?
Thank you very much. Mayor Tory or Dr. Davila, really, just to get back on doors open in the gyms, all this talk about having a plan ready, I'm curious if Toronto Public Health has specific recommendations as well around this. For example, on day 29, when they open back up, certain classes maybe being closed for a certain period of time or something like that. Are there specific recommendations that the city is making to the province, and if so, what are some of those?
So I think that's an excellent question, and if I can paraphrase what the mayor was saying earlier, really it's beholden on us as professionals to start planning in advance, right? The best thing to do in terms of readiness and what's most responsible, I would say certainly for us as public health practitioners, but for the entire city as an important level of government and one that seeks to best serve its residents, it is important to plan in advance rather than waiting until the last minute or waiting until day 29 itself to come up with a suggested plan or course of action. So I can tell you that we are absolutely having active conversations, and we have had them over the course of the last 2 weeks, and I expect that conversations are going to continue over the next several days around what makes the most sense from our perspective as public health professionals. Clearly, we're not the only partner involved in this. Certainly, our provincial counterparts will have to play an important role in that discussion. We are absolutely in conversation with them. We're in regular conversation with a variety of provincial counterparts. And of course, we're always interested in hearing that which our stakeholders and our community has to say. So it is an active discussion, and I would just ask you, Lucas, to stay tuned.
I will. Mayor Tory, then. Yes, please. Yes.
The foundation piece for all of this is good health. Obviously, I mean, we're not going to spend all the time and effort and all the sacrifice people have made to fight this virus and then not use that as the foundation piece for a doors open safely or any other kind of policy. But I think what I felt, and I mentioned this probably 10 days ago publicly for the first time, that I had asked Dr. Davila to work with us on formulating a plan, which they were, of course, doing, because you need a plan. When you come out of a 28-day period, you need to have a plan as to what you do on day 29. I've also spoken to the Premier about this, and we both agreed that we need to have a plan. And now the challenge will be for us, and I'm sure we can do it because we have on many other things, to take all the different people who are giving and advice, including the foundational health advice on this, and get them together, as is going to happen, and decide hopefully on one agreed upon plan that can hopefully get us to a stage where we can open doors safely and keep everybody as healthy or healthier than they are today. That's the objective.
And on the economy, Mayor, I'm just curious, we've got Black Friday coming up, in November. Are we going to see, because this could be a make or break for a lot of businesses, is if people really shop on Black Friday, ahead of Boxing Day and the holiday season. Are we going to see kind of a big local campaign, with either advertising or commercials or what have you within the city to get people, safely supporting local businesses for Black Friday? Is that going to be kind of a really visible campaign kind of effort?
I'll be very honest with you. We had a campaign ready to go to get people to shop local and dine local, and it was all in preparation and ready to go. But then the second wave started to hit. This was some time ago in the fall. So we obviously postponed it. It made no sense to be telling people to go out and dine local and shop local when some of these businesses were closed and when we were giving them advice basically to stay home if they could. So a lot of that work in preparing as to how we could get people to shop and dine local has been done. And now as we approach Black Friday and other days as we get into the
Well, good afternoon. Over the past 8 months, our government has made massive investments in response to COVID-19. We gave our partners every tool and resource. $50 million to improve HVAC and ventilation in our schools. Over $60 million to help long-term care homes renovate and improve infection prevention and control. And we provided our municipal partners with over $500 million to help protect vulnerable populations, including homeless shelters, women's shelters, and food banks. It has truly been a team effort right across our province, but the job is far from over. Today, we are sending in more reinforcements, and I am pleased to announce that we are launching applications for the all-new COVID-19 Resilience Stream. This new federal provincial funding stream will make more than $1 billion, and I repeat that, $1 billion available for municipalities, Indigenous communities, long-term care homes, schools, and daycare centers, and many other community projects. That's over $1 billion to get shovels in the ground on critical infrastructure that will help communities stop COVID-19 in its tracks and build for the future. The construction of these projects will create hundreds of jobs, support local businesses and suppliers, and improve quality of life for so many people. The projects will vary depending on the need. Projects like retrofits, repairs and upgrades for municipal buildings like fire halls and police stations, improving ventilation and HVAC systems in long-term care homes and schools, making renovations that will improve physical distancing in shelters and recreation centers, or helping communities become more resilient to flooding and other natural hazards. These are just a few possibilities. We don't believe in a one-size-fits-all approach. We want communities to be able to put forward their priorities because they know their local needs best. And we must and we will support them. That's why I've joined my fellow premiers in calling on the federal government to make more funding available for infrastructure projects. We've submitted over 760 projects to the federal government's ICIP program, but only half of those have been approved. There are an additional $10 billion worth of projects waiting to be funded. We need the federal government to make a renewed commitment to infrastructure. This is critical to support the long-term recovery of our province and our country. That means investing $10 billion every year over 10 years to get shovels in the ground on new projects to help communities get back on their feet. It's what the premiers have asked for and have been leading the charge because it's absolutely necessary. Here in Ontario, we're going to continue to make strategic investments in infrastructure in every corner of this province. And our government will have more to say about our Made in Ontario plan to rebuild and recover on November 5th when we release our 2020 budget. But today, we're taking the first of many steps to lay a strong foundation for our future. By working together, our recovery will be fueled by growth and driven by the Ontario spirit. Thank you, and God bless the people of Ontario. Now, I'll hand it over to Minister Scott.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, Premier Ford. To echo your remarks, today we have very good news for schools, for long-term care, and for municipalities, and for the people across the province. Each and every day, the Premier and our government are moving as fast as we can to respond to the ongoing challenges of the COVID-19 global pandemic. This COVID-19 resiliency stream is no different. The funding being announced here today is a direct response to the federal government's request for provinces to use existing funding from the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, known as ICIP. This is funding coming from future investments moved up to meet the demands of the COVID-19 global pandemic. Ontario has worked with the federal government to ensure there was flexibility so we could get the funding to where it is needed most. As the Premier said, Ontario has worked hard to make sure that communities, schools, and the healthcare sector are able to get shovel-ready projects underway sooner so they can kickstart their local economies. This is good news for Ontario. Minister Lecce, Minister Clark, and Minister Fullerton will be providing more details on what that means for their ministries. We'll work closely with Minister Clark and his officials to flow the municipal dollars to each and every one of the 444 municipalities as fast as we can. This stream will be open the week of November 16th. All municipalities will be contacted between now and then with information about the COVID-19 stream and the application process. Our government submitted over 760 projects to the federal government for approval, and a little more than half have been given the green light. We remain hopeful the remaining projects will soon be approved so that together we can get those shovels in the ground, create jobs, and keep our economy working. In the meantime, the Premier and my Cabinet colleagues will continue to press the federal government for new funding to make additional investments in infrastructure projects and broadband in Ontario. I will now let Minister Lecce bring you the good news for schools in Ontario. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Minister Scott. Today, our government is taking another major step forward to ensure that our schools remain safe. We are fully funding our plan, over $1.3 billion of investment. We lead this nation with the most comprehensive protocol and with the most amount of investment flowing to protect our schools. And today, we're taking a major step forward, $700 million of new investment to ensure we further support the safety of our schools and our kids. This investment is going to help us improve HVAC and air quality. It's going to help us retrofit and build repairs within elementary and secondary schools, as well as in our child care centers. The money is going to flow quickly. We're going to work very hard with our school boards to ensure that the monies flow from the federal government, which is why we are ensuring that this process will be seamless. We are committed to stepping up our investment every step of the way, as we have done ably through this pandemic. And we are grateful for our frontline staff, our teachers and our doctors and our nurses and our EAs and principals, everyone, including our parents, doing everything they can to mitigate the risk. This investment is going to build on that and again ensure that in this province we continue to keep all kids and all staff safe in the province of Ontario. I'd now like to turn it over to Minister Steve Clark.
Thank you, Minister. Our government has been working closely with our municipal partners to provide them with the tools and the resources they need to keep our communities safe and functioning. Today, we're taking further action to support our municipal partners with $250 million in federal provincial funding to support critical local infrastructure projects. This funding will help ensure that our communities have strong, reliable infrastructure that meets their needs and helps them adapt to the new environment, which includes retrofits and repairs and upgrades to both municipal and provincial buildings, schools and long-term care homes, daycares, libraries, playgrounds, active transportation projects like bike lanes, disaster mitigation projects, and more. We know that municipalities are working hard to maintain vital local services for their residents and build strong communities. That's why we partnered with the federal government to provide municipalities with up to $4 billion in phased emergency assistance through the Safe Restart Agreement. We're also helping to ensure our partners have the flexibility needed to keep vulnerable people safe. We recently announced that municipalities and our Indigenous community partners are receiving over $241 million to help more than 110,000 Ontarians with their housing needs, including those who are homeless or at the risk of becoming homeless. This is a part of our $510 million commitment under the Social Services Relief Fund to help vulnerable people affected by COVID-19. Municipalities are a key part of our province's economic recovery, and investing in critical local services and infrastructure projects will make our communities stronger and more resilient. Together with our municipal partners, we are working to keep Ontarians safe as we start down the path to economic recovery. Now I'd like to call on Minister Fullerton.
Thank you, Minister Clark. Before I begin, I want to thank all of our hospital and public health partners who continue to support our loved ones and support our long-term care homes facing outbreaks. Your assistance is invaluable. Thank you. Our government has been working hard to create a 21st century long-term care system that is resident-centred, providing a safe place for Ontario's most vulnerable to call home. Over the next 5 years, we are investing $1.75 billion in long-term care homes to provide seniors with the quality care they deserve. Our government has committed to building 30,000 new long-term care beds over the next decade, beds that meet today's modern design standards and create a warm and caring environment. The Accelerated Build pilot program, which our government announced in July, will rapidly add much-needed capacity in urban centres like Ajax, Mississauga, and Toronto. And just this fall, we announced over $500 million in funding for long-term care. Today, we are pleased to announce that we are building on these investments with an additional $100 million to support minor capital repairs and renovations in homes, like improving ventilation and HVAC systems. This will help improve quality of life for residents and staff. And this past summer, the Premier committed to ensuring air conditioning would be available in every long-term care home. Significant progress has already been made, and this new funding stream will help us further deliver on that promise. We are committed to taking every step to protect long-term care residents, staff, caregivers, and visitors. And thanks to this combined federal-provincial funding for infrastructure, along with other investments, we are continuing to support the health and safety of our long-term care home residents. Today marks another important step in the modernization process, and this announcement brings us closer to providing the quality and care our loved ones expect and deserve. Thank you.
We'll go to the phone line for questions. First question, please.
First question comes from Cynthia Mulligan at City News. Please go ahead.
Hi, Cynthia.
Hello, Premier. This question is actually for my colleague, Faiza Amin. She's working on the flu shots. And she says that pharmacies are saying they're turning people away from getting the flu shot, which is a major pillar of your campaign to stop COVID and help ease the pressure on hospitals. And pharmacies say they just don't have enough vaccinations. The demand is surging while supply remains at the same pre-COVID levels. Is the province considering increasing supply to pharmacies and also considering lowering the age for who can get a flu shot at pharmacies? And did you mess this up? Did you not order enough?
Well, we ordered it a year in advance and we actually ordered more than we did last year. On top of that, we ordered another 300,000. So we have a total of 5.11 million, and I believe it was on Friday, last Friday, we have about 4.8 million out. The other 300,000 are going out as well, and then we're waiting for the additional 300,000. So again, we ordered this before COVID hit, and hoping that it'd be enough, and I think we should have enough. We just have to get it distributed into the proper areas. We're focusing on the high priority areas, be it the long-term care or rural areas, First Nations communities, right across the province. But we've distributed over 4.8 million so far, and probably in the next 2 days I'll be up here saying we've distributed 5.1 million. So I think we've ordered enough, and we just have to make sure that the people get a flu shot.
Follow up?
Thank you. And my next question is about your MPP, Sam Oosterhoff. This doesn't seem to be dying down. A lot of people think that you've been going too easy on him for being in that gathering without a mask. I guess my question is, if your own MPP, who's a parliamentary assistant no less, didn't get the message, has your messaging failed?
Well, I don't think it's failed. You know, Sam acknowledged he made a mistake. He apologized. It's not going to happen again. But in context, I think we all have to do a better job, all of us, making sure that we practice the social distancing and masking and hand sanitizing. But Cynthia, the good news is I truly believe everyone in Ontario, all 14.5 million people, are doing a great job, and Dr. Brown will be out tomorrow and putting out information that we see the curve going down, which is great news. And I give all the credit to the people out there in Ontario, but we can't let our guard down. Just because we see it sloping down a little bit, it doesn't mean we let our guard down. So I just want to thank the people of Ontario. You're doing a great job. And let's keep it up, because it's working. You look around the world, you look at Ireland shut down, complete shutdown. You see France complete shutdown, Germany, see what's happening over in the UK. And again, I always say, it's not our government, it's the people. Without the people following the guidelines, and I look at these numbers and I'm literally cheering the regions on, no matter what region it is. I remember us cheering Windsor Essex on, and other regions, so I'll be cheering on. But everyone's doing a great job, so thank you, everyone.
Next question.
Next question comes from Haley Cooper at News Talk 1010. Please go ahead.
Hi, Haley.
Thank you. Hi, Premier. Our first question is about gyms. So the health minister said today that she's been advised by health officials that fitness centers and gyms are a place where infection is happening. But the Senior Vice President of Operations with Good Life Fitness was on our radio station this morning, and he says that reopening this summer, they've had 6 million workouts in Ontario and have had 0 outbreaks linked to their facilities. And he also says for every 100,000 check-ins in the province, they've only seen 1.6 cases where there has been a pre-symptomatic person. He argues their health and safety protocols are standing up and that Good Life has not been identified as a point of transmission in any of their clubs. So hearing these stats, are you considering or will you consider reopening gyms on November 7th?
Well, thanks for that question, Haley. There's no one that wants to open up the economy more than I do. There's no one pushing the health table more than I do, and I have confidence that we're going to work with them. We're going to work with the 4 regions that are shut down. I've been in constant conversation with no matter if it's Mayor Watson or Mayor Tory or again the mayors in Peel and the mayors in York. We have to be collaborative. We have to work together and put a really good proposal forward to their local chief medical officers, but also we have to put a proposal to our health table, because, you know, again, Haley, no one wants to get these restaurants opened up, these fitness centers and other places more than I do. And I'm seeing really great effort from the people of Ontario. Again, we're going to see a positive report from Dr. Brown tomorrow. So folks, let's keep it up. I'm pushing, like you have no idea how hard I'm pushing to get things opened up.
Follow up?
Thank you. And my follow-up is regarding this teacher who was fined for not wearing a mask at St. Charles Catholic School. Does this trigger any re-examination of COVID safety protocols in the schools, or is this just a case of a rogue teacher flouting the rules?
Well, before I pass to the Minister of Education, I actually got a message from a mom that their kids were being taught by this teacher and talk about angry. Oh my goodness, not angry at us, but angry that the teacher would not follow the proper protocols per se, but I'll pass it over to the Minister of Education.
Look, when it comes to the safety of children and vulnerable components of our society and our communities, we have to be very clear. There has to be absolute compliance with the protocols set out by the Chief Medical Officer, local public health, given that the province, that this government funded the training for health and safety of every single educator, including supply teachers in the province, on these protocols. We all have a duty to uphold them. And so largely, overwhelmingly, we're seeing, I think, educators and staff and students uphold their responsibilities in wearing masks and distancing, washing their hands. But when there are these types of circumstances, it's obviously important for parents, for their accountability, and for the safety of their kids that the Ministry of Labour takes action, which they have done in this instance. And we're going to continue to provide continuous training and continue to make the case to everyone within our schools to follow public health advice, especially when given a recommendation to stay home because of symptoms or because of a positive case. In these instances, it's obviously totally unacceptable, and I can appreciate why that parent would be very displeased. And that's why we're continuing to step up training and making sure that the health protocols are well known to every staff member within our school boards.
Next question.
Next question comes from Antonella Artuso from the Toronto Sun. Please go ahead. Thank you. Hello, Premier.
Hi, Antonella.
One of the more common signs on storefronts these days is for lease. And I'm wondering if your government will extend the commercial eviction ban past this week, at least until it's clear whether the federal rent relief program extension is working.
Mm-hmm. I'm all in favor of protecting all the small businesses. I'll pass it over to Minister Clark.
Thanks for the question, Antonella. We're certainly working diligently to ensure that the commercial eviction ban continues. We're just working as a government on the best way to bring that forward. Obviously, I had a standalone bill that dealt with it as opposed to SECRA, and now that there's a new government program, we're going to work with the federal government. But I think the Premier's been very, very clear. We want to do everything we can to assist businesses, so we'll have more to say in the coming weeks.
Follow up.
Thank you. And back to Cynthia's question about Sam Oosteroff. As you know, the restaurant and banquet hall businesses have suffered tremendously through this pandemic. Mm-hmm. And your MPP, a member of the Government of Ontario, walked into one of these family-run businesses and took off his mask inappropriately. So again, how can you accept his apology so easily? And what message does that send to all these restaurants that have to follow all the rules or face closure?
Well, again, Sam came out and admitted he was wrong. He's going to do better, and he will do better. We represent the people, and yes, you have to make sure that you follow the protocols. So we've accepted that with Sam. He's a very good man, a very good representative. But I understand what you're saying. We all have to do better. I have to do better. Sam has to do better. Everyone has to do better. So I understand what you're saying, and I'm confident Sam will continue to wear the face mask and follow the proper protocols.
Next question.
Next question comes from Graham Richardson at CTV Ottawa. Please go ahead.
Hi, Graham.
Hi, Premier. I just wanted to get back to you're saying that the curve is flattening. Dr. Brown is going to come out with new projections tomorrow. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, Graham, I wouldn't go as far as flattening, but we see it going in the right direction, and that's really positive. And I'm, I just it's put me in a good mood today. I'm always in a good mood, but today it just tells me that people are listening. And I always look at what's happening around the world, no matter if it's south of the border or anywhere. and everyone is really doing a great job. And I'm going to go back to Minister Lecce. He's a modest guy. He's very humble. But you know what we've seen in our schools is really amazing. With 14.5 million people, we have 2 million students, a couple 100,000 teachers, and there hasn't been any outbreaks in the last few days. And I give all the teachers, I give all the custodians and the parents and the principals and the school boards all the credit. But this guy behind me, he put that plan together with conjunction and collaboration with all those people, and it's working. And again, it's the people. We always see these little bumps in the road through COVID, as everyone does, but with the support of the 14.5 million people, everyone pulling in the same direction, I'm so proud of everyone in Ontario, and I'm proud of all my ministers and MPPs. Everyone's trying, but I just want to say, Minister Lecce, you did a very good job. Let's keep it up, and let's not let our guard down at all. So things are looking real positive so far. But I've said that before, and it scares me because it comes back and bites you in the butt real quick if we don't follow it up.
Follow up?
Yeah, and to that point, it doesn't feel like it out there, and maybe you're seeing things that haven't been made public yet, which is fair enough. I think there's a malaise out there. There's a real fatigue out there that people feel like no matter how many sacrifices they make and try to do the right thing, those numbers just don't come down quickly enough. And then the Prime Minister suggesting yesterday Christmas may be affected. What do you say to those notions? And do you think Christmas will be affected? And what do you say to people who are just really down because of how long this has gone on?
Yeah, Graham, you nailed it, really. You see the fatigue out there. You see people frustrated, business owners frustrated. I'm here to give them hope, and we will get through this. We'll get through it together, and we're working together, and we do see the spread going in the other direction, downwards, opposed to upwards. And folks, we'll do everything we can to make sure we open up the fitness clubs and open up the restaurants based on some good health advice, good policies amongst all the mayors. So I agree. People get tired, but I got to give them hope. We will get through it. We're doing so much better than everywhere else in the world. So we'll get back at it. We will. And as for Christmas, it's still a couple months away. So let's take a look down the road there. But I love Christmas. Everyone loves Christmas, and any holiday, religious holiday in that area. They want to be with their families. I get it. So let's all work together and let's make Christmas happen. Let's always think of the glass as half full. Let's not think of the glass as half empty. We can do it. We will do it by working together.
This will be the last question.
Last question comes from Dave Woodard at Global News Radio, 640 Toronto. Please go ahead.
Hi, Dave.
Thank you. My first question is for Minister Fullerton.
Yep.
Knowing what we now know about the pandemic, the effect that it had on seniors in long-term care homes and nursing homes specifically, is there anything that you would have done differently to both prevent the first outbreak from happening and to improve the mental health of the residents?
Well, thank you. And I think that's a really important question, particularly around the residents' mental health. I think when this started, we were looking around the world, seeing what was going on in Spain and Italy and other countries and understanding the risks here. And we followed the advice of the Chief Medical Officer. Their directives were issued to our homes, and there were so many efforts to communicate with our homes, it was often overwhelming for them. But looking at the caregiver piece particularly, the duration of this is something that we've never seen before. This wasn't just a couple weeks. It went on for weeks. And so as we attempted to really strike the right balance between the safety of residents and staff in the home and the ability of their family members to get in to see them, we were using the advice of the medical experts and the Chief Medical Officer, the Assistant Medical Officer of Health, and really understanding what we can do to balance that. So I think we've struck the right balance with the caregiver, the dedicated caregiver piece. I think in hindsight it would have been better to have them in sooner. But again, the risks that we were mitigating with the safety of residents and staff really had to be balanced.
Follow-up?
Yeah, the follow-up, is it possible then to balance the mental health of those residents while keeping them, under lock and key in that, iron ring to keep them safe?
So I think in the first wave, what we saw was, a global competition for personal protective equipment, for the testing components, including the reagent. Now we have a very different setting. We have adequate supply of personal protective equipment thanks to all the efforts to make sure that Ontario is self-sufficient. Or relatively self-sufficient, much more than the first wave. And also for the testing that we're doing. We're bringing in the rapid tests, and those will make a difference to another layer of protection, because you've heard many people say this, that once the community cases start to rise, it really does get hard for our long-term care homes to keep it out. So all these measures, whether it's every 14 days, the screening of staff, caregivers, people coming into the home, residents on an ongoing basis, if there's an outbreak in the home, to make sure that that screening is done. The rapid tests are being implemented to provide another layer of scrutiny. We really have to have that surveillance for our homes, and that will be going forward. That is going to help, but we're already seeing the differences in the first wave compared to the second wave. Our homes are doing much better. We're getting that integrated approach with the IPAC teams from the hospitals, the infection prevention and control teams, that integration that is already set up. And I'm pleased also to say thank you to the commissioners who have provided us with early guidance. And I'm also happy to say that we are largely aligned, and much progress has been made on their recommendations already. So we're definitely moving in the necessary direction, and I'm very hopeful that more measures like the rapid tests will be even additional measures. Thanks for the question.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
While much of the world stays home, Canada's fertilizer industry keeps working to ensure the food we depend on grows better and stronger. Because without fertilizer, harvests would be cut in half. The nutrients in soil must be replenished for the next harvest. To recover from this crisis, the world depends on us. We secure tomorrow's food by fertilizing crops today. To keep things growing, you can count on us. To learn more, visit us at fertilizercanada.ca/COVID-19.
A person who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts. So, he loses touch with reality and lives in a world of illusions. By thoughts, I mean specifically chatter in the skull, perpetual and compulsive repetition of words, of reckoning and calculating. I'm not saying that thinking is bad. Like everything else, is useful in moderation. A good servant, but a bad master. And all so-called civilized peoples have increasingly become crazy and self-destructive because through excessive thinking they have lost touch with reality. That's to say, we confuse science with the real world. Beginning of meditation. Most of us would have rather money than tangible wealth, and a great occasion is somehow spoiled for us unless photographed. And to read about it the next day in the newspaper is oddly more fun for us than the original event. This is a disaster. For as a result of confusing the real world of nature with mere science, we are destroying nature. We are so tied up in our minds that we've lost our senses. Time to wake up. What is reality? Obviously, no one can say because it isn't words. It isn't material, that's just an idea. Reality is cannot be explained in words. I'm not trying to put you down. It's an expression of you as you are. One must live. We need to survive, to go on. We must go on.
endless learning. Feel the vibe of the longest beach. Learn the power of inner strength. It's Royal Bengal Tiger's territory. For dangerously sweet reward, learn how to collect honey. Unlearn. Give yourself the surprise you deserve. Yes, you always loved racing. Learn to race without wheels. Here, every home is a school of celebration. When the heart opens, you suddenly learn to accept the invitation of happiness in its fullest version. See how hope defeats all boundaries, and how meaning of inner silence revealed in words. Experience the spirit of freedom in the air. The father of nation, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, liberator of Bangladesh, rests here. Silence. You will learn the true meaning of warmth here. Every alley has a story that embraces. Who else can tell you to love your language more? Feel the monsoon magic. Here, life happens. Welcome to the School of Life. Admission going on. Welcome to beautiful Bangladesh.
सर्वलोकं मयिकां सरस्वती महाभागी विद्यागमनलोचिनी विद्यारूपी विशालाक्षी विद्यां देहि च सरस्वती ॐ ऐं मा सर्वादा
And this is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you
To the man, the myth, the legend, right here.
Thank you so much. But very, very pretty. I'm loving this design. We have made it to Jodhpur, the infamous Blue City, after a very, very long travel day yesterday of discovering more of Udaipur and seeing Kumbhagarh Fort and driving 3.5 hours to Jodhpur late at night. But we woke up here and it's beautiful. Gotta love the sounds of India.
So the blue color represents a certain class from way back when, and now they just leave it.
So India is a polarizing place in terms of the gap of the poor and the rich. And we're very much seeing both sides. As you can tell, today we're at the palace and we're seeing opulence times 10. Hashtag tub travels.
Check this out. So we got one bathroom, but wait, we have two with a view.
What is life? Okay, this is the biggest hotel room I have ever seen. Hi from India. Fresh off the tuk-tuk or rickshaw here in India. And I'm in the middle of the Blue City and finally feeling like this is the real India.
Tastes so bright. Lots of dogs in the beach.
So if you're looking for a little something outside the hustle and bustle of busy India and Jaipur, this is just 30 minutes outside of it, and it's relaxing and so tranquil, and the best part about it is you can walk here with an elephant.
This is my kind of place. Something off the beaten path. No Wi-Fi, no electricity.
Okay, this is beautiful. Waiting so long to try the jelly bean. Name that movie. Oh yeah. This one. It's a really nice one.
This, just like this.
So I'm standing outside of an organization called Sheroes, which is an organization made up of women acid attack survivors. And we just listened to a woman named Ruka tell her story, which was so hard to hear. Basically, in short, at 2:30 in the morning, her stepmother threw acid on her face just because she simply didn't want her in her house. And it's hard to take in and comprehend right now that that is so often done in this culture and in this country. And I think this organization is so important because it brings together these women who are so affected by acid attacks and are left feeling so unwanted. And now they have somewhere to go, an organization to really lift them up and help them venture out into the world again and feel good about themselves and really feel empowered and be something again. Guys, we have arrived to Kerala, the south of India.
Home of the backwaters.
We're a little tired. We woke up, we had a wake-up call at about 2:30 this morning.
2:30 in the morning, yeah.
Although my alarm didn't go off, so I slept right up till 3 when Henna woke me up. And then we flew for about 3 hours from Delhi on to Kochi. Then we had an hour-and-a-half drive to Brunton Boatyard on 2 hours of sleep. But we're excited to be in the south of India where the palm trees live and the water lives, and it's just an overwhelming sense of tranquility. We got our welcome flowers on and our summer dresses on, and we're ready to go. Cooking class commences now. Here we go. Woo! It's houseboat time. Look at this view. They're opening the gates.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Amazing. This is for when I need a nap, which might be pretty soon. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful. Hi. Hi, Leslie. Very nice to meet you.
So, kitchen?
This is the kitchen?
Yeah, it's
cooking up some lunch. Getting ready to wheel us away. What a contrast this place is to northern India. It's actually insane. So Kerala is known for its amazing scenery, palm trees everywhere, but also for its backwaters, where a lot of people book houseboats, like we just did, and I'd highly recommend. It kind of blows my mind that people live here. I mean, they're completely self-sustainable here in the backwaters of Kerala, living the simple life, doing as they do. We will miss you, Coconut Lagoon Resort. It is coconut time.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine.
That coconut looks really nice.
How are you?
Great. Yeah, how are you doing?
Good. Fine.
Oh, it looks so nice. Currently in a Kerala state of mind. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Look at all the palm trees.
So, just got to the state of Kerala from way up north in Rajasthan. Two completely different states, two completely different feels. They call Kerala, this place that I'm currently in, the land of coconuts. Dreamy, right? The best way I can describe it is a state with everything. I mean, you can come here and experience India in luxury. You can experience India in the most authentic way. You can be a budget traveler. You can come here and you can practice any religion. You can be a wildlife lover. You can be a yogi. You can love nature because there are mountains and deserts and beaches and jungles and everything in between. I mean, India has it all. And I am so excited to be here and be experiencing it.
Oh, hello.
Oh my gosh, these sunsets in India are beautiful. So, this is the Indian Ocean, everyone. And right underneath me to the west are the Maldives. And right underneath me to the east is Sri Lanka. A foreshadowing of what is to come. Sadly, it is time to leave India. I can't believe we're at our final day, our final moments here in such an amazing country. I had no idea I'd fall in love with it so much, honestly. I had no expectations for India, really, and I wanted to go into it with exactly that. No expectations, an open mind, an open heart to experience whatever I could. Have as many adventures as possible, and that's what happened. I experienced the craziness of the north and Rajasthan, and then I took a plane and came straight south to the state of Kerala. It really is the land of contrasts. You can really be what you want here, and that's my favorite part about India, and that each and every region and state is so unique and so different. And I fell in love and cannot wait to come back. I'm spending my final moments here at the Indian Ocean, and it's beautiful. And thank you, India, for your warmth and your hospitality. I find your people so amazing and genuine and loving, and I cannot wait to experience more on my return trip. Until next time.
Hey, come on in.
Hey, Tori, when did you move in here?
2 weeks ago.
And what's your favorite room in the house?
This one. I love this couch.
Describe your interior design style in 2 words.
Boho chic.
And what about this house made you fall in love with it?
The open concept.
What are 2 things you do to live a greener life?
Compost and making sure all the lights are off when I leave the room.
Who in your family makes sure the lights are off before leaving the house?
Christian, my husband.
Are you an entertainer?
I am.
What's your style? Apps or big family meals?
Apps. I cannot cook.
And what's your favorite app to make in the kitchen?
Charcuterie board. It is so easy.
What's your best tip for saving on your energy bill each month?
Turning off the AC when I leave the house.
What's something you didn't expect about owning a home?
All of the hidden costs.
Do you have a favorite nook in your house?
Yeah, it's over here. I love this painting. It's my favorite of me and my husband.
Do you have any morning rituals?
Yes. Sleeping in, coffee, and a smoothie.
What's been the hardest part about owning your own home?
Ooh, like I said, there's so many hidden costs, so trying to cut back where I can, like hardly ever run the dishwasher.
What do you think the easiest thing about owning your own home has been?
Ooh. Oh, you know what? Designing. I had so much fun styling this place.
What do you love about living in Toronto?
Well, you can get sushi at 4 a.m. and I love sushi.
Thanks so much for inviting us, Tori.
Thanks for coming, and I'll see you again soon.
Hi guys, I'm Mike Ward. I'm here with Toronto Public Health and Live Green Toronto, and I'm about to stop in and see Valerie, who lives in a condo right up there. Now, Valerie is a self-admitted food waster. No embarrassment, no judgment, but hopefully I'm going to show her some tips and tricks that will minimize that wastage, save her some money, and also help the environment a little bit. Let's see what we're working with.
I really want to learn how to be less wasteful. I've just been consuming too much for too many years. I want to get organized and just learn how to plan better.
These are tricks that we've used in professional kitchens for years. Know what you have, make a list, come home, organize it properly, be aware of what you might need to use that night, and you will save a fortune. Consolidate and organize. Put everything here in plastic containers. A couple of reasons why. One is you can open your doors at a glance, you know exactly what you have in stock. That means you are not going to go and buy more rice when you already have 3 bags. Second, it's going to save you a lot of space. This extends to your fridge as well. I see 2% milks already. I see 2 maple syrups, which I love, so I don't blame you too much there. I see 3 eggs. I see 1 half full, 1 has got 1 egg and 1 is full. I see 3 ketchups. Organize, consolidate, know what you have. Okay, now that we know what's in stock, we're going to write our shopping list. Now, it doesn't mean you can't be spontaneous. I still want you to buy what's fresh, what's in season, what's inexpensive, but by knowing what you have back home. Think of it the same way we do in a restaurant as what's called a special. So you're incorporating great ingredients, fresh, inexpensive, in season, local if you can, but never buy what you know you already have, because that's where the money wastage comes in. Things like fruit and vegetables and herbs, they have a limited shelf life, as you know. Take a moment when you get back from the supermarket to store them properly, and you'll often increase the shelf life of that beautiful produce by days, sometimes even a week or 2. Don't give yourself a hard time over leftovers. The key is just make enough. So measure your recipes, your portions out a little more accurately. That way your fridge won't be full of food you don't want to eat. Minimize wastage by cooking what you're going to eat. When all that beautiful produce starts to wilt a little bit, or whether you bought too much, remember there's still a lot of flavor and nutrition there. So what you want to do is cook something with it and freeze it. But don't make the mistake a lot of people make where they freeze it in a huge batch, right? Freeze it in smaller portions, get out what you need for that night, and dinner's done. Gone through your pantry, gone through your fridge. What do you think?
I think it's amazing. I've never seen my pantry and fridge all tidy and put together. It's very organized and it makes me want to cook. It's amazing what a little bit of planning could do, really, to save money and time.
It's time to rethink our relationship with food. Visit livegreentoronto.ca to learn how.
Hey Toronto, we know you care about our city and all of the people that live here. But lately, our city's been under threat from climate change. To protect our city and the things we love, we need to work together. You can help. The city can help. Everyone can help. But sometimes it's hard to know how you can play a role. These are 4 big things you can do to make a difference. 1. Reduce energy use at home, including the amount of energy needed to heat and cool your home. There are lots of big and small ways to do that, some of which will also help create local jobs and boost the economy. And there are many grants and incentives available to help you save money while you save energy. 2. Walk, bike, or take transit. These are the most climate-friendly ways to get around the city. Driving a low-emission vehicle or carpooling instead of driving alone will also help to reduce emissions. By doing these things, we can create a climate-friendly Toronto that's also cleaner, quieter, and healthier. 3. Minimize your waste, including food waste. A lot of energy goes into making and shipping every single item that you buy. Refuse, reduce, reuse, repurpose, and recycle as much as you can. Shop local. Buy only what you need and store food properly. 4. Finally, get involved in your community. The City of Toronto, many local community organizations, and neighborhood groups are all involved in climate action in Toronto. Get to know your neighbors. Get involved and contact us at Live Green Toronto if you want to learn more about how we can transform TO together. Defending our city from climate change doesn't require magic, just collective action. We all play a part, and together we can transform our city to be greener, healthier, more prosperous, and equitable for all. Let's transform TO together. Visit livegreentoronto.ca to find out more.
The purpose of this video is to go through the post-operative instructions after your pet has been spay-neutered. We would typically be doing this face-to-face, but because of COVID, we're going to film a video for you instead. So when you go home, you're going to have a package of information, and within that package is your post-op instructions. We'll get you to read through this very carefully when you get home, and I'm going to go through it step by step now as well. So the first thing is that you're reducing your pet's activity for the next week. That means no running and jumping. For dogs, they'd only be going out for short leash walks to go pee and poo. As much as you can, keep them quiet, and this is especially important for the female patients. So you're going to be monitoring the incision twice a day. I'll show you this girl's incision here so you have a sense of what it looks like. So the incision is just here to here, and then you see the little green tattoo. So that's the normal appearance. If you saw any oozing, redness, or swelling or opening of the incision, we would have you give us a call. For male cats, the incision is going to be under their tail. You're monitoring one incision between those two scrotal sacs. You're just watching that area, making sure nothing's sticking out. Male dogs, I don't have a dog here for an example, but it's just going to be in this, the caudal part of their abdomen here. And your pet's going to be wearing an e-collar when they go home. Very important that this e-collar stays on for the next 10 days. If your pet's having a lot of trouble eating with the collar on, you may remove it for supervised meals. But as soon as you're not watching that pet, the collar has to go back on. Just make sure you can get 2 fingers between the attachment and their necks. So no bathing your pets and no going swimming for the next 10 days. We're also going to ask you not to put any product on the incision or clean it. You're just going to be monitoring it day and night. In terms of pain medication, for cats, we have given the medication here at the clinic. Males have a medication that's lasting in their system for 24 hours, and the females have a slow release drug, which is going to be in their system for 3 days. For the dog owners, you are going to be getting a medication to go home with. It's called Metacam or Meloxicam. You're going to have 3 syringes drawn up, and you're going to give them orally in the mouth every 24 hours. So you can give that after their breakfast in the morning, starting tomorrow, and then the following 2 days. Your pet can have a small meal when they get home from the clinic, just half the regular size meal. Sometimes the effects of the anesthetic can linger in their system for a day or 2, so they may still be a bit nauseous and not want to eat. If they keep down that half meal, you can follow up with the rest of their food, and then tomorrow regular feeding to resume. Just make sure that you do not introduce any new foods or treats into their system in the next week. If you have any concerns with your pet post-operatively, please contact us. You'll see the top number here is during the week, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. The second number is a pager for emergencies only if you thought your pet had to go to a clinic immediately. Otherwise, you can email us at spayneuter@toronto.ca, and you can take a picture of the incision and send it to us that way for evaluation, and we can book you a recheck if necessary. The rest of your package is going to include your rabies tag, as well as your city license tags. These should go on your pet's collar, especially if they're going outdoors. You'll also see extra microchip stickers. We've currently registered your pet with the information you gave us. Should you change your phone number or your email or address, very important that you update it with the company, and we've included their information here in the package. You will also see a Blue Paw Rewards program. This is incentive for pet licensing. So you'll see you can receive discounts at pet stores and vet clinics. You can check that out online. Thanks for having your pet spayed and neutered through Toronto Animal Services. We're going to have you check your pet's incision twice a day. We'll show you the appearance of the incision now, which is normal. Oh,
that looks so good.
Whatever you want.
Hey, what are you finding down there?
We have some little zucchinis that are about ready. We're gonna have so many zucchinis for months, so it'd be smart of us to start picking the small ones now, and start enjoying it now, because we're gonna have so much that we're not even gonna know what to do with, because we have a zucchini plant here, we have one here, we have one there. We have so much, so.
Hey, pull the leaves back on that one. Let's see the flowers. It's in like full flower mode.
Yeah.
Wow.
Beautiful. I just got done watering them. So, I'm gonna pick our first zucchini.
Okay, let's go.
I don't have a knife or anything on me. Should I just pull it off?
Yeah, just you can like twist it. Oh wait, not there. Just kidding.
Hey.
That looks so good.
That's so cute. It has a flower on it.
Nice. Can you get a purple potato? They're all on the top. Yeah.
I don't got a purple one, but I've seen a regular one.
It's the white ones. Toward the middle, especially.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, this one's huge. Look at that huge purple one.
Looks so good. Whoa.
Yeah, I'll leave the rest. But a little garden harvest.
Nice.
Mini.
Hey, so what do you think about growing in tires?
I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, our tomatoes are freaking, we're gonna have so many tomatoes, and I'm so excited. They're like flourishing, but I think it's good. Yeah. Okay, I've seen another one I'm gonna pick. It's about the same size as the other one. Cute.
Leave this out. What?
What are you making, babe?
Like Chinese. How do you translate? Steam buns. 今天早上我们做中国包子.
My favorite. So we're using the wood-fired wok stove to steam the buns.
Because we got bamboo steamers.
Yeah.
We showed Patreon last time, but now we'll show you guys on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm excited.
So I'm gonna just make the dough and then let this rest for about an hour. Excited.
So steamy.
So steamy. So hot. Is that the kimchi you made?
Yeah.
How is it?
That's really good. I almost ate like a whole jar of it yesterday. Oh, it's really good.
This is our own cabbage.
And carrots. And
Beets.
beets.
It's really good now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like day 5.
Yeah.
Wow. It tastes like vinegar, but there's no vinegar on that.
Okay, good.
That's amazing. Hmm. Wow.
Alright, I'm so excited to try with these.
Tea?
Yes, please. I'm just using my fingers.
Ooh. Let's see. Have you seen the Pixar movie with the Bowser?
Yeah. I don't think it's a movie, is it? I think it's just
It's
like
like a little
cartoon.
short, yeah.
Mmm.
How are they?
So good.
Let me give the folks out there a close-up.
So good. Way better than the first time we did it. Not like way better, but the dough is definitely different. It's really good.
Say, 很好.
很好.
吃.
吃.
No, 吃.
吃.
很好吃。
很好吃。
这个包子很好吃。
干杯。
Oh my god, so good.
Yay.
我很喜欢你的中文。我想你的中文很好听。
Oh.
What kind of cha is this?
It's blood orange black tea.
Mm.
Not good.
That's the daikon radish, right? So good. Sit, guy. Stay. Good boys. Let's go. Come on. Let's go back.
Come on, he's coming.
Come on, bro. Come on, guys. Good job, buddy. Good job. That's your scar. There we go, now you're good.
2, 1.
Jumping it off. Woo! Go to Nicole.
Good boy. Look at you swimming machine. Okay, go that way.
Puma, come on. Come on, Puma. Good boy. Good boy, Puma. Yeah. Good boy. Okay, let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on, Puma. Good job. Good job, Puma.
That was great.
Good job, buddy. Good boy. Good job, Puma. Good job. Go ahead. Good job, Puma. The ball. Yeah, you got it. Good boy.
Rapidísimo. Thank you.
Can you leave this out like this and then I can make
Of course. Do whatever you want.
Are you okay?
Nah. Lucky I didn't get a massive split.
From wind energy cowboys like Dan Balaban to the Premier of Nova Scotia, we seek out the people who are leading the way to a green energy future. From solar projects in Ontario to the tidal energy of the Bay of Fundy and run-of-river projects in British Columbia, we go across this country to bring you positive, uplifting stories about people working on green energy projects in their homes, businesses, and communities. I'm David Dodge. Join us every week on Green Energy Futures.
Hi, I'm Kenton Zervin, a teacher and designer of edible landscapes, and you are going to get a tour in this video of the Lacombe Park Community Garden. This is a phenomenal project that involves a city, a church donating their land, and community group. Let's go for a quick tour. So this landscape has been optimized for sun, water, and people. And what we're going to be seeing here is terraces. We've used logs given to us by arborists, put them on contour so that water is captured behind them. And that water then goes to fruit trees. So what we have in this row is Saskatoons, Gojis, and you can see these beautiful goji berries starting to come on here. You're familiar with them, often dried, but they're wonderful fresh as well. And we've got beaked hazelnuts. And that's just the first row. The row we passed that was lower down is all haskaps, and hundreds of them. Just yesterday we were here with a new community group that just came on out, and we planted over 50 haskap bushes to add to the project. This project now has over 150 fruit trees and shrubs, and it's all free for community, installed by community with city support. I've done about 5 or 6 of these projects now in the province. So I had worked with one of the organizers in the community group before on actually another food forest that's just a couple blocks from here. So when the land came up to the owner of the church said, hey, I want to use this land lit differently, she piped in and said, well, how about we make this a food forest and edible landscape? And I know just the guy. So I came on board the project and did a design for them, and then I led them in the install, teaching people how to plant these trees and utilize their space. There's lots of names for this. Edible landscaping is the term everyone gets, but the true name in permaculture is called food forestry. The idea that we could copy the structure and process of a forest, but substitute the species so they're all edible. And that's what we have here. We've got apples, plums, cherries, Saskatoons, haskaps, beaked hazelnuts, gojis, and more. So gojis are a very hardy fruit shrub. Sometimes can even be considered invasive. There's actually a wide variety of them in the Edmonton River Valley. The kind that we have here are more of a taller tree instead of a shrub, and they are an orange berry that you can use in your salads, or you can juice, or you can freeze. You can eat them fresh as well. Most people will dry them and they'll use them in like a trail mix or eat them just fresh dried. Food forests allow people to connect with their food again in a way that's not laborious overly laborious. When most people think about food, they think annuals. And there's a lot of work that goes into making a garden or a monoculture agriculture system. But trees grow themselves. Yes, you need to put the energy in to plant them. Yes, you got to make sure they stay alive. But then after that, year after year after year, they keep producing food for you. This is an untapped resource of how we use the sun's energy and convert it into sugars for humans. Food is often underappreciated, and people aren't even thinking about where it comes from. This allows our food to come right to us locally, nearby, from our own soils. So it allows people to reconnect to their land again and reconnect to their food supply, which most people feel very disconnected from. I would say that food is the #1 topic of sustainability. We can talk about Tesla cars and solar panels all day long, but if we don't address the migration of our soils and waters around the planet in completely unsustainable systems, we don't have a chance. We need to readdress where does our food come from and how do we connect to our land bases again? How do we ensure that we are net positive, not just sustainable? And one of the ways we do that is we use species that are hardworking, capture carbon, store it in organic sources, produce our food locally, and the many other benefits that trees offer. There absolutely is. The most effective way of storing carbon is with organic matter. Trees are our carbon sinks. These are our ways to capture and store carbon. They were the original one. They are the original solar panel. They're extremely effective at everything they do. Think of all the ecosystem services that they offer temperature regulation, that they offer that they actually encourage precipitation. So trees are evapotranspiring water, and what that does is it seeds clouds. So when you actually think about climate change, these stabilize your climate. They stabilize your climate by producing more even moisture amounts, by actually seeding more clouds, also by holding water in their body. If you look at a forest, it's actually an above ground lake. And anyone who's lived near a lake knows that the temperature is more moderate around it because it's a big thermal mass battery. So plants do that for us by not just evapotranspiring and cooling the air around them, but by actually being a store of water themselves above the ground. So the climate change is real, and most of us don't appreciate just how much these hard-working plants are doing for us. I need to caution people that you have to work with what your local climate is. We're in kind of a zone 3A/B area, and honestly, I have so many that I love to use, but a gooseberry is just one cool one that you can use. You often see these as a garnish in cooking, but this one, it's almost ready for eating. It's getting there. There you go, have one. I love using Saskatoons. I love using gojis. I love using beaked hazelnuts. These are Saskatoons and beaked hazelnuts are a great native species. You can find them out in the bush even. I like using seed buckthorn, which is also a very hardy nitrogen fixing tree. And it has a bright orange berry. The leaves can be used for tea. The fruit can be eaten fresh. It can be dried into leather. It can be frozen and added to your smoothies. And it can be used as a buffer species. It's so tough you can plant it on the outsides of your property if you're in a more rural environment, and it'll actually help break the winds the same way that your coniferous trees do. Lots of trees out there to recommend. Another one I recommend to you, if you haven't heard of it yet, is a haskap. It's kind of like a blueberry crossed with a football. It's shaped like a football and it tastes kind of like a blueberry and a raspberry combined. It's a shrub, grows about up to my waist in height, and really it's one of the earliest fruits that you can get. All right, let's give you a quick overview of the design. So here we've got another terrace, all these fruit trees and shrubs along it. This is capturing water. It follows the curve of this land. There's gonna be a fireplace right here in this middle flat zone with a bunch of stumps that you can sit on around it. Now, coming back around this way, oh, by the way, parents can sit there and watch their kids run down the whole property as they pick and eat food. And over here, we have an auditorium. We're using the curve of this landscape to all face in where you're standing so we can have community events here. but why not make it edible as well? The top where you see these flags, that's all fruit trees. We're gonna have cherries, we're gonna have more Saskatoons, it's gonna be great. And then on the lower area, we're gonna have a raised garden bed that comes out of the hillside, okay? And then the front edge of it is actually a bench. So edible landscape all around, great community space for people to enjoy.
farming here is mixed, a lot of mixed farming. We have cows and there's some pigs around, and but the majority of it is still grain. We've been known for good quality product, best product in the world, I would say, or Western Canada for sure. We have 1 hour in the summer where it's darky, so the rest is all daylight and lots of sun. So I think that's what contributes to the good quality oats.
We have a lot of first and second generation farmers that are still either buying land or opening up new land. We have approximately 50% of the organic farmers in Alberta, in this county here. Organic farming in the last 10 years has changed. The pricing has gone up significantly on the crops that the people raise. These farmers are bringing in more revenue. The product is in fairly good demand. Innovations in the agricultural industry are going to be focused very much on technology going forward. It has changed the way we do business, not just dealing with conventional farmers, but with the organic people as well.
Most people, when they think organic, they think of Grandpa's farm back in the day. It's all under weeds and stuff, but now the way we're doing it is with all this new technology. Now we can manage the weeds a lot better. I'm one of several generations of farmers. We've farmed conventionally for many years. Just in the last 4 or 5 years, we switched over to organic. It was a business decision. Wheat conventionally is about $6-7, and we can get $17 a bushel. So I think there's definitely a big push towards organic and has lots of room to expand.
We've done 1 million plus bushels over the last 3 years, and the plant is basically designed to do 300,000 to 400,000. So we're working lots of hours. And this last year, we went and bought 7 acres. So our plans are to build a new facility starting in 2021. It'll be high tech. We'll be doubling our capacity. The community has been looking at doing something with oats instead of just hauling it out to market. Oats is registered at 34 pounds a bushel. We raise 45, 46, 47 pound a bushel oats. That's how much heavier it is here. Instead of selling the raw product, we can create a food product out of what we grow here.
What do we do with the product? Instead of just sending out a load of grain, we do some of the processing here. That would be a huge benefit because there is a large population of young people here, growing community, and jobs are needed, and that may tie in very well with that. So Elevator Company has committed to building a new terminal. That will have a huge impact. And instead of us trucking the grain from this county to Edmonton or to Rycroft, it can go to high level.
If we can keep jobs in the area, we can set up some value-added processing in the area, whether it be pea or something else. Gives good prospects for him, gives good prospects for the next generations, and we can hand something down that we're proud of.
What I enjoy the most about my job is the focus we have on sub-Saharan Africa. I do a lot of the partnerships at a national level, work a lot in Madagascar, making sure we facilitate last mile delivery of fertilizer to smallholder farmers by partnering with the government, research institutes, the IPNI, and other industry actors.
It's very rewarding and satisfying to make projects with the farmers and with the fertilizer dealers. I work mainly in India, so it's a great satisfaction to share the experiences and to learn from the farmers and to think together how to better use the fertilizers.
So I discovered this company, which is for me is a challenge, and fertilizer is also a new challenge for me. As much as I went to the lot of seminars as plus IFA or IFE, it seems very, very interesting, and I am really ambitious. I have a lot of ambition to be to do a lot of for my company, and I know a lot about this sector, so I'm happy to work on this.
More experience, more knowledge about the industry, more relationship with other people. For me, everything is very interesting, very important. It's just fun, you see, to be there, to be in the industry.
Representing our member companies and their interests, I find that we can really make an impact on how people view the agriculture industry Also, I'm working in an association with probably 90% females who I feel are really empowered and feel very passionate about the fertilizer industry.
The planet's climate is changing. This is undeniable. Climate change presents a critical challenge for global food security. The men and women who produce our food, farmers, herders and fishers, are hit the hardest by the consequences of climate change. Farming communities need to build their resilience and ability to adapt to changing climate in a way that they can feed a growing population without further depleting our precious reserves of soil and water. This is why we need climate-smart agriculture. Climate-smart agriculture is not a new technique. It is an approach to identify production systems that can best respond to the impacts of climate change and to adjust these systems to suit local environmental conditions now and in the future. This approach can help transform agricultural systems to support sustainable development and food security in a changing climate. It's about increasing sustainably production and incomes, adapting and building resilience to the impacts of climate change, and wherever possible, reducing greenhouse gases. We can make climate-smart agriculture a reality. These are the ingredients we need. Expand the evidence base. Policymakers need to know the current and projected impacts of climate change, and just how vulnerable the agricultural communities and ecosystems really are. Improve policies. People working in many different fields, agriculture, climate change, food security and land use, need to collaborate. Work together on supportive policies and plans, taking into account the entire landscape. Support and empower local institutions. Local institutions are needed to develop capacities and motivate men and women farmers. This way, they can adapt their practices and plan together the best way to do climate-smart agriculture. Combine financing options in a new way. We need to bring together financing sources that target agriculture and climate change. Food security depends on how we treat our planet. Let's make sure our agriculture is productive and sustainable for generations to come.
Sustainable farming is the future. In many cases, that future is already underway. That's because farmers all over Canada are already matching fertilizer inputs to crop needs, calculating exactly when, where, and how fertilizer should be applied. Those 4 practices make up 4R nutrient stewardship, the framework that lets the world know when food has been sustainably grown. And that's important because today's consumers support the farmers who grow sustainable crops. Canadian farmers who work with an agri-retailer or crop advisor to develop an on-farm 4R nutrient stewardship plan are recognized for making sustainable decisions that lead to healthier, safer, more profitable crops. It's simple to implement 4R nutrient stewardship. As a first step to becoming 4R designated, agri-retailers and crop advisors can take Fertilizer Canada's e-learning course. Once 4R designated, they can sign off on farms practicing 4R nutrient stewardship, get farmers' acreage counted, and demonstrate how Canada is a leader in sustainable farming. Visit elearning.fertilizercanada.ca to start your free online training.
While much of the world stays home, Canada's fertilizer industry keeps working to ensure the food we depend on grows better and stronger. Because without fertilizer, harvests would be cut in half. The nutrients in soil must be replenished for the next harvest. To recover from this crisis, the world depends on us. We secure tomorrow's food by fertilizing crops today. To keep things growing, you can count on us. To learn more, visit us at fertilizercanada.ca/COVID-19.
My name's Joe Hill. We run about a 200 head finishing operation along with about 800 acres of cropland. All of our land, it all drains into the Grand River eventually through municipal drains and other tributaries. Lake Erie is a pretty important body of water, and we know that the water that comes off our land is headed that way, so anything we can do to keep it clean, we should do. I sit on a committee. It's a peer-to-peer committee to help bring the message to producers that spreading manure is something you need to pay attention to, and so you want to make sure that you're spreading it when you can incorporate it or when the crop's going to be able to use it, and that you're not going to lose the nutrients to run off. We generally stockpile our manure as much as possible till into August once the wheat's off, and then we keep things as clean as we can through the fall, and then when things freeze up or the snow gets deep, we just put the spreader away and it stays there till spring. And we felt that by reaching out to producers when it's been brought to our attention that they're spreading manure maybe at an inappropriate time, that if we could just sit down with them and talk to them about why that isn't a good practice, that would actually fix the problem a lot easier and gentler to everyone. It's just good stewardship to keep your environment clean and do what you can to protect it for everybody else.
Our operation was started in 1961 by my mother and father. They raised 4 children there on the farm. They have turned into a full-time operation that involves my mother and father still, and myself and my family on the operation. One of the neatest things about my children being involved on the farm is that you get to see the responsibility that they develop on their own. And that responsibility, that work ethic, is going to be with them forever and make them a better person as they get older. What I enjoy most about being a cattleman is being able to work with nature, work with livestock throughout the year. We put our livestock first. We always have, always will. It doesn't matter if it's 20 below zero or 95 degrees, it's raining, snowing. We want to give the utmost care to these cattle. We meet their needs, and it's their needs, not what necessarily we think they need, but what they do need. We take care of them when it's cold. We give them shade when it's hot. Make sure we meet the nutritional requirements they have. I'm very proud of what we do. We work very hard at producing food for everyone. As a cattleman, seeing certified Angus beef on the meat counter is a great sense of pride. Knowing that I was involved in producing that product, I want them to have the greatest eating experience they can ever have, and every time they think, I want a steak, I want a hamburger, I want certified Angus beef, because I want the best.
Mixed farming operation. We run about 5,000 acres here in the base of the foothills in southern Alberta. Had purebred shorthorns in 1898. They've been a part of our family. We bought the first purebred Angus cows in 1967. We've expanded it from the original thing, 600 mother cows now here.
Dice and I have never worked a day in our lives. We'll get that straight right away, because this isn't work. This is doing something you love. You know, I think Cutlove's got a great future. I think that the next generation, I think they're exceptional individuals.
Coming back to the farm, I don't think it really was any question for me from a very small age. Cows are kind of my passion, and they're what I'm really involved in, and I truly do love the Angus breed, and so coming home was never something that I even debated. Technology and data keeping has been something that my dad and my Uncle David have believed in from day one. Science has always been something factual and something I have been encouraged to believe in. So moving forward and with the certified Angus beef, it's something we've always supported and been extremely proud to be able to say our cattle can make it into that program.
We have to use the best technology available to generate a product that can be raised sustainably, efficiently relative to environmental inputs, and be accepted by the consumer at a level that drives demand for our whole industry. It's all about that consumer and that eating experience. When you look at the acceptance of beef to the consumer, that product has to be marbled, and it has to be delicious, literally, for them to want to go back and buy more.
We're happy here. It's a great. This is a great part of the world, southern Alberta, right here at the base of the Porcupine Foothills. There's not a prettier place on earth.
Every change has a reason, baby, let it come to you. Every soul, every season lives outside of status quo. If we stop believing we're meant to be, expanding our abilities. If the passion's gone, we are doing it wrong. Baby, you and I should start living now. With the whole world at our feet, we could stay or we could leave. There is nothing in between. So baby, we should start living now.
Well, hello guys, I hope you're doing well, and for this week's video I wanted to do something that is still kind of sorta on the travel sphere, but is also really helpful for anyone who is curious about the cost of living in Toronto. I actually thought it would be really cool to do this type of video for other places that I go to on a longer term basis, like Ukraine or Japan, and kind of give you guys an idea of how much the average person spends to live in the city. So in today's video, we are obviously going to be talking about Toronto, and I'm basically going to give you a breakdown of rent, because that is the most expensive thing that you will pay for here in Toronto, as well as obviously other expenses such as transit and food and just other things that well, as a millennial, that I incur living in Canada's biggest city. And at the end of the video, I actually wanted to give you guys a little tour of my apartment, because I'm so happy that I just finished a mini sort of renovation on it, where I just painted everything. I put up some pretty pictures and got a few new things for my place. So I've actually never shown you guys my little apartment, so I thought I would do that at the end of the video. So I moved to Toronto when I was 22 years old, so still fairly young, and about a year before that I was living in Tokyo. I did that long freelance sort of stretch, basically 7-8 months before I moved here. And I remember I was living at the time with my boyfriend in Tokyo too, and we were paying like $1,700 Canadian dollars a month that we, you know, split in half for our very small apartment in Tokyo, aka normal sized apartment in Tokyo. And we were even like getting a discount to get that kind of price. And I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, when we move to Toronto, it's gonna be, you know, so much less expensive than Tokyo, and we're gonna have so much more room, and it's gonna be so great. And at least I was half right. Like, at least the first official one-bedroom apartment that we had in Toronto was actually super spacious. We had a huge living room, we had a nice kitchen, we had a really nice balcony. Like, everything was larger, obviously, than Tokyo, but the price, not so much. But since that time, which is now 5 years later, things have definitely changed a lot. The average price of an apartment in Toronto now, and I'll try and put up some example sort of listings, is around $2,200. Now keep in mind, this is if you want to be living downtown in a really nice place and you aren't taking over somebody's like sublet, because there are buildings that have rent control and that aren't able to, you know, increase the price every year to whatever they want. Like, I live in a rent controlled building now, thank God, where I only see an increase of about $20 every single year per month, but there are apartments who are technically able to charge whatever they want whenever a new lease starts every single year. So now that we've talked about the biggest expense of moving to Toronto, I thought I would give you guys an idea of what my monthly expenses are, so that if your spending habits are kind of similar to mine, you'll have an idea of just how much things cost, and I'll kind of just put it in this general area. So starting off with rent, I'm just gonna round that up to $940. That's all utilities in, other than in the summer, if you want to have an air conditioner, they do charge you about $30 extra every single month. So usually in the 3 months of summer, I'll pay like an extra, you know, $90 or whatever it is for those 3 months, but on average it's $940. And then as far as my internet plan and also the phone plan, I would say it's about $140 total for that. As for groceries, that has been something that has drastically changed for me in the last 2 to 3 years, I would say, where the last apartments that I was living at when I was still in a relationship, the closest grocery stores that we had was like a Loblaws, and then I was also on the like Whole Foods kick, where I really thought that everything at Whole Foods was just, you know, the healthiest thing ever and that I should shop there. So now I have learned how to properly grocery shop and prep my meals, so I'm spending way less money on groceries every single week while still eating super healthy. So I'm really fortunate that I actually have a really awesome local market right near me, where there's this like little shop that sells just produce for about half the cost that you would find it at like Loblaws or something, and it's really good quality. So I'm really fortunate with that, because the majority of what I eat is plant-based. And then I also shop at places like FreshCo or like Save On Foods, those types of places where you're literally getting some of the same packaged groceries as you would at the more expensive grocery stores, but for way less. As for transit, this is something that really depends on where you live in relation to where you normally go, like your work or any other kind of errands that you do. When I first moved here, almost every single month I was getting the Metro card, which is like the monthly TTC pass that you can use unlimited on any kind of public transit, and that was costing about $160 a month for an adult. And then if you are a student, I believe they do give you like a $30 discount or something, so maybe it's like $130 or somewhere around there. But now that I'm not serving as much and work from home a lot more, and honestly just like to walk, I decided that getting a transit pass every single month wasn't worth it, and I'd say I just spend probably $60 to $80 a month just with like my Presto whenever it is I do need it. And then the other way that I have decided is also a really great way to get around Toronto is to bike. And I did have a bike that I was using regularly about 2 years ago, which really cut down my costs. Then it broke, and so now this year I think I'll actually be investing in a bike, which yes, will be $400 or $500 for a good one, but it is well worth it if you use it more than public transit. Quick note about getting a car in Toronto. I personally would not recommend it if you just want to have less hassle and less expense in your life, and if you actually live downtown. Like if you need a car, either rent one for the day or whatever you need, or just take Ubers, because the parking in this city is absolutely ridiculous. Licenses in Ontario cost so much more, and there's just so much overhead that if you're living central and don't absolutely need a car for your job or on a daily basis, I honestly don't see the point. Now, as for eating out and entertainment, because let's be honest, that's kind of one of the main reasons that people move to Toronto and pay such ridiculous rent, where you do get an array of fabulous restaurants and amazing events going on, and just all the other things that the city has to offer in that way. I would say that on an average month, I probably spend about like $250, $300 on entertainment and eating out. Like it really ranges if it's obviously somebody's birthday, or if I'm just like going out more, if it's like TIFF or something. But to be honest, a lot of the things that I am able to do in Toronto and have fun with really don't cost a lot of money. Like I know lots of great places that you can get amazing food at where it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. I like to be out in nature and just go like walk around and stuff. Say that my budget for that isn't that wild, but keep in mind it could be. Like there are so many amazing, you know, artists that come to Toronto, and it's a few $100s to go see them. Or if you are somebody who likes to go to really fancy restaurants, obviously this whole category can get that much more expensive. As for my other type of expenses, I am just kind of gonna group them all together to make it easier. So that's things like the things I do for health, like my gym memberships, or I have like a floating membership where I pay like $40 a month for a float every single month, and things like things for the house or clothing or just little knickknacks here and there that I need. I would say that in an average month I probably spend around $300, I would say, on that type of stuff. But keep in mind that is different from my business sort of expenses, where now I have this YouTube channel and I have certain kinds of subscriptions for like my music, I have a website, I have my acting sort of stuff that I sometimes have to pay fees for, castings and all that kind of stuff. So all of those things combined, business expenses, I'd probably say I spend about $100 a month on that. So with all of those things taken into consideration, on average, my expenses usually are around the $2,000 mark. Like some months they might be like $1,900, other months they'll be like $2,100 or $2,200, and that's before I put anything into savings or into investments, or if I have, you know, a larger purchase that I want, like a new camera or, you know, whatever else. So for me to comfortably live just the lifestyle that I'm living now and put money away and have spare money left for the larger sort of purchases, like ideally I want to be making at least $3,000 a month. So I do feel really fortunate that I have this place, and a lot of people are like fear-mongering me to never move out because I have such a good price. But, you know, I do at some point obviously want to have a one-bedroom so I can entertain and just have more space. So for me to be able to do that, and maybe even at some point have a mortgage or buy an apartment, I would have to be making at least $5,000 after taxes every single month. And that's, of course, if I was living by myself. If I was splitting the rent with somebody, I could technically do that tomorrow, but in singlehood, I would have to be making, yeah, basically $5,000 a month, I would say, to comfortably be able to look after all the expenses. So yes, long story short, Toronto is a very expensive city to live in, and if you are thinking of moving here, I would just try and make sure that you're okay with the expected sort of expenses that are awaiting you here. Of course, if you have a living situation that's not going to be quite as expensive, that will really help, because you can find things like groceries and eating out or entertainment at very competitive sort of prices. Like basically everything other than rent in Toronto is very competitively priced. It's just the rent that is kind of like the kicker in this whole situation. So if you're able to live with roommates and only pay like $600-700 and you're cool with that, that will go a long ways and really help you. All right guys, so to give you a tour of my apartment, this is basically the size of it. This is the main room. This is the door right here that you come into. Right over here is the washroom, which we'll get into in a minute, but basically with bachelor apartments it is just this large open area and the tiniest of tiniest kitchens. So to actually show you guys what it is I ended up doing with redecorating my apartment, if any of you remember how it used to look, the paint was honestly so old and I can't believe it took me as long as it did to finally repaint it, but I just gave it a new fresh coat of white. I got these really cool canvas prints of my own photographs of all the really cool travel destinations that I have been to, and then this amazing flower piece I actually got on Etsy. And what's actually so cool about this, I will definitely link it down below for anybody interested, is that these flowers are actually like movable. Like I repositioned these about like 10 times before I finally got them exactly where I wanted to, and they keep sticking. And if I ever want to take them with me when I move, I just put them back on the vinyl that they came on. Over here I have my map of the world of all the different places that I have been to, 27 countries and counting. So I have that over here. And then I decided to finally invest in a Nespresso machine, but law of attraction, a friend ended up giving me one for free, the exact model that I wanted, so I was so over the moon about that. And then let me show you my tiny kitchen, which is fine. Like there's nothing wrong with it, and it basically has like everything I need, but that's kind of Toronto, where usually if you're living in a bachelor apartment, like something will be small, either the washroom or the kitchen, you know, something's going to be small. Thank God that over here I have a large closet. It actually goes fairly deep but is super messy, so I'm not going to show you guys that. And then over here I also have kind of like a coat closet, which is really nice. And then to quickly show you the washroom, which is nothing crazy, but thankfully I do have a bathtub. Some apartments in Toronto do not. They will just have a shower, but thankfully this one has both. But yeah, that is the washroom. Here's more happy inspirational quotes, and I ended up painting the washroom as well and went a little bit avant-garde with purple instead of just white, but I think it looks nice. And yeah, that is basically my bachelor Toronto apartment. So that is it. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video and it was helpful to you in case you are actually thinking of moving to Toronto, or if you've been curious about what the average cost is for a single person like myself living in the city. And please let me know in the comments down below what you thought about Toronto's living expenses, and let me know as well where you're from and what the average cost of living is there, because I always love learning that type of thing. And if you're not already subscribed, please do so down below. Hit the notification bell so you guys always know when I post a new video. And other than that, I hope you guys are having an amazing day. Keep being your own kind of beautiful, and I will see you soon.
friends, I have been on a journey of husbandry. I went primarily to see at first hand conditions in the drought states. I shall never forget the fields of wheat, so blasted by heat that they cannot be harvested. I shall never forget field after field of corn, stunted, earless, strips of leaves, for what the sun left, the grasshoppers took. No cracked earth, no blistering sun, no burning wind, no grasshoppers are a permanent match for the indomitable American farmers and stockmen and their wives and children who have carried on through desperate days and inspire us with their self-reliance, their tenacity, and their courage. It was their father's task to make homes. It is their task to keep these homes, and it is our task to help them win their fight.
Soil health is very important not only for farmers but for the consumer and the general public, because we all like to eat, and I don't think any of us are going to volunteer to give that up anytime soon. There's just example after example of civilizations that their decline has been in large part because they've ruined their soils. They've let their soils erode. The productivity of their country has washed away into the rivers, and then they're no longer able to feed themselves. And so from a social standpoint, soil health is incredibly important in order just to sustain our ability to feed not only ourselves, but to feed the world. That's why it's really important for the continued productivity of this country, not only for our generation, but for future generations. That importance then kind of leans over into what is the public perception. And I would say right now, the public doesn't really have a good understanding of soil health. And I can say that because I don't think a lot of farmers have a really good understanding of soil health. Regardless of whether you're organic or conventional or no-till or anything in between, it all has to start with the soil. Even farmers that went to college and took a soil science class, that's mainly all dealing with the physical and chemical properties of the soil. Hardly ever talked about the biological component. And that's what is really missing from a proper understanding of soil health, is how important the biology is.
The soil is a living organism. If you think about a really healthy soil, there's about 10,000 pounds of biological material below that soil surface. Everything from fungi to bacteria, earthworms, everything else in between. And you total them all up, that 10,000 pounds is about the same as 2 African elephants. If you imagine 2 elephants, it takes a lot to feed them. So if you have that much biological activity below the soil surface, it's going to take a lot to feed those as well. From now until 2060, we're going to have to produce as much food as we've produced in the last 500 years. What we eat, other than what comes out of the oceans, is all derived from soil. Soil security is equal to food security. So if we want to make sure that we can feed the world's population, we're going to have to understand how do we make sure that our soil has the capability of producing these crops.
I'm Keith Burns, the president and co-owner of Green Cover Seed here in Bladen, Nebraska, co-own it along with my brother Brian. We've been farming here all of our lives, and this land we intend to be able to hand down to our children and grandchildren, and so soil health has always been something that's, I guess, been important to us, but probably only since about 2008 have we really, consciously been making efforts to really drastically improve it.
The atmosphere around us is 78% nitrogen, but it's unavailable to plants. So this legume plant can't actually take nitrogen out of the atmosphere and utilize it. But what it can do is it can host a very specific type of bacteria on its roots. That's actually colonies of rhizobia bacteria that are able to take the atmospheric nitrogen, convert it into forms of nitrogen that a plant can use, and they basically will then sell it or trade it to this plant in exchange for carbon.
Plants, through photosynthesis, produce the carbon.
So what we see going on here is a very complex economy going on within the soil where plants are using carbon as a currency to purchase goods and services from the bacteria, from the fungus in the soil, really from all of the biology, but in this case, they're purchasing nitrogen from these bacteria in exchange for the carbon.
And that's the whole key to this soil health system. It's really all about the carbon. So carbonomics is a term that hopefully will get people thinking in an economic frame of mind, but using carbon as the currency. And if we could get farmers to think in terms of carbon, or at least understand that carbon is even more important than nitrogen, then the only way to get carbon into the soil is to have a growing plant. You got to have photosynthesis. If I want more carbon, I have to have plants growing more often. So I can't just have corn and soybeans growing from May through September. I've got to have a cover crop growing from October through April. And that's where I get the big extra boost of carbon into my system.
I've seen great soil health in both organic and conventional settings. I've seen terrible soil health in both conventional and organic settings. Really, it comes down to the management practices and how the farmer is going to integrate the principles of soil health into their operation.
Cover crops are simply crops planted between your cash crops that aren't really planted to be harvested necessarily. They're just there to try to put carbon back in the soil, to utilize sunlight during times of year that our cash crops are not, to protect the soil, by providing a living cover to shield the soil from erosion. Soil is a living, breathing system. Sometimes we have to feed it a little for it to feed us. And it's like a relationship. If you're in a relationship where all you do is take, and you take the maximum you can at every opportunity, what are the odds of that relationship lasting very long?
I'm very, very cautious and conscientious about working the soil, not working it too much, trying to put as much organic matter back into the soils through cover cropping as I can. My philosophy is that if I take care of the soils are going to take care of the vegetables. So I do a lot of cover cropping on the farm, on bare ground. If at all possible, I have cover crops on it. I do a lot of cover cropping, interplanting with crops to bring in beneficial insects. I use a lot of mulch, as you can see, all the straw that's in between the beds. There's a lot of different components that are involved in creating and maintaining healthy soils. From out here. Are you done?
I got one left. Next is bok choy.
And we're gonna do the pak choy next, and it's out in field E. Lettuce, 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 lettuce. Massive heads of lettuce under there, up, and here we go. Holy moly, they're so gorgeous. Oh my gosh. The heads that you would see at the grocery store are half this size. We're gonna harvest a lot of them. This is my 7th year of farming. I had a ton to learn. I didn't know anything about farming and raising produce and soil health, and I still feel like I still do have a ton to learn. The CSA model of farming is why I started farming, and it's what made me passionate about farming. It stands for Community Supported Agriculture. Hi, how are you? I'm good. Good. So I have members that pay up at the beginning of the year. They pay an upfront fee in exchange for their income to support the farm. My guarantee is that for 24 weeks, the spring, summer, and fall season, that I will provide 7 to 9 different items in their CSA share that they get every week. People are starting to care about and think about where their food is coming from and care about the connection between the person that's growing the food and the food that they're eating. I'd look at it as a responsibility for me to try to educate my CSA members. You have to start with the big picture before you get into the minutia of soil health. You can't start with why it is that I plant cover crops and the goals that I'm trying to get out of cover cropping. I have to start with this gorgeously beautiful Swiss chard that I bring to the farmer's market, and they look at it and go, oh my God, how did you do that? I know that cover cropping is helping to benefit the soils, but it's not something that you're going to see in a year or two. Building soil is not something that happens quickly. It takes a long time. I mean, when you think about when the glaciers came down like hundreds and hundreds of years ago, that's why we have the soils that we have. We're a certified organic vegetable farm. The whole farm is certified, but I'm growing vegetables on about 7 acres. If you have a lot of land, you can take an entire field out of vegetable production and just have it in a cover crop or a couple of cover crops for the year, and then next year plant it in vegetables. I don't have that much land. So for me, it's really tricky moving things around. So I do a lot of intercropping. One of the most common intercropping things that I do is with a fall brassica crop, I put buckwheat in the pathways, and buckwheat, when it flowers, brings in a parasitic wasp, and that wasp feeds on aphids. And aphids are about the biggest pest on fall brassica crops. I'm doing a lot of sort of IPM pest control on the cash crop that I'm growing just by planting this buckwheat that's kind of in between the pathways.
My dad started with 5 acres, and we built from there. He built up to 60 acres when he was alive, and then I built it up to 120 since he passed away. He's a great farmer for his time, but in his time, the fieldmen would come out from the canneries. He'd say, you need to spray this, you need to spray this on this time, even if there was bugs present, you know, harmful bugs present or not, you had to do it. That's totally changed now. There are field agents out there now with corporations that really understand that there are other methods of controlling the bad bugs using good bugs, etc. And so I think that's been a really major shift over the past, I'd say 20 years, which is really beneficial to the consumer. That message, in my opinion, has got to come from the farmers right to the general public. And that's what we try to do at our farm stands is inform them of how we do things and why we do it. And to let them know that the food that we provide for them is very, very safe.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Hey.
I got broccoli.
See what I'm saying? He's asking for broccoli.
I got some already.
A part of the job of a farmer that sells directly to the public is changing public perception or correcting public perception as to what farmers really do. By and large, most of farmers understand that soil health is critical to their business. The saying that I like to use is, I'm not really treating the plant, I'm treating the soil. If you treat the soil right and take care of the soil, your crops will come. Our model is 40 different crops. We're always rotating crops around, and like I only like to put crops in one patch of soil for 3 years, and then I automatically rotate it out, whether it's berries, vegetables, or whatever. We plant different varieties of cover crops depending on what's going to be the succeeding crop coming up. For instance, we raise a lot of corn, and it takes a lot of nitrogen. So in fields that are going to be going into corn, the preceding year, then we go ahead and plant an Austrian pea in there, which will fix its own nitrogen. So we have a strong, good nitrogen source in the soil prior to planting and seeding the corn crop. And we can really reduce the use of synthetic fertilizers and also just makes the soil much healthier. Very expensive seed costs. But now when you take it the full length of the year and look at the fact that Austrian pea is actually adding 40 to 50 pounds of nitrogen, then you got to figure out, well, what's that saving me in fertilizer costs? Well, corn takes about 120 pounds per acre of nitrogen to really get it to full production and a full crop. So I'm cutting my fertilizer bank in half. So I'm only using half the amount of fertilizer that I normally need to use. Then suddenly Austrian pea isn't so expensive. There's a value in that, but there's another value in that is less time for me in the field, making sure fertilizer is being applied at the appropriate time because it's just there already. And then in other parts of soil that like came out of corn or came out of berries where there's excess nitrogen already in the soil, we'll plant more of a cereal rye variety cover crop because that's a really good absorbing and holding nitrogen in the plant during the winter time, and then we can plow that under in the springtime before planting other crops. I keep my farm stand open pretty much year round and keep feeding different crops into that. And then that builds my customer base and more people come by. I think we need large corporate farms to feed America, but I think we feed society with farms like mine.
So $5.50, please. All right, there you go.
A farm is a business, so yield matters and productivity matters, and I fully believe, and sitting up here today because I believe that soil health is crucial to productivity, short and long term.
I think there's a deeply engaged set of consumers that is growing. It's a consumer base that's growing, and I think what they're trying to tell us as a big food company is that food isn't a zero-sum game. As I think about what I heard today, I was blown away by the amount of science. And I know that the science has been there and the research is good, but I was really impressed. And then came this talk of how do we link the science and what we know to creating the economic models that give producers a chance to move forward with some level of confidence. That has to happen. Food alone is not going to drive this, and I just use the corn crop as an example. We grow about 15 billion bushels of corn in this country. 5 of it goes in your gas tank. 5 of it goes into cows. 2 of it goes on ships to somewhere else. You put 2 of it in the grain bins. I think that leaves us with 1. Food seed residual. We're not using 1 billion bushels of corn to make cereal and tortillas in this country. So if you think about who plays and who benefits from soil health, we all benefit.
We're an urban farm in the Dutchtown neighborhood of St. Louis. We are 7 miles south of the Arch as the crow flies.
We have about 70 to 80 varieties of cut flowers that we grow during our season.
We're farmer florists, so that means we grow the flowers here and then we design the arrangements for things like weddings, funerals, parties, all that kind of stuff.
This is really unusual to have an acre city farm in the heart of St. Louis. We're just wanting to be good stewards of the land. We wouldn't want to be doing anything else. That's why we bought this property, because up the street, they wanted to turn this into a parking lot.
When a house is approved for demolition, they don't take away everything, right? They put it into the basement, into the foundation, and then they cover it up with maybe a foot of fill dirt, definitely not topsoil, right? So when we acquired these properties that had houses on them and were demolished, there's no way to till. It's full of rubble and bricks, and the soil quality is really low. We're just talking fill dirt, like Missouri clay, yuckity yuck yuck.
So what we do is we bring in some soil sometimes. Instead of trying to till in, we're building up. Soil health is really vitally important here on our urban farm. Even though we're just on an acre, we're pretty committed to taking crops out of production and replenishing the land with cover crops. So in the back, what we have are the daikon radishes, which run deep into the soil to penetrate and break up any hard pans.
The cover crops are also important to help prevent erosion because, especially on the purchase lots, we have to buy that soil. So we want to hold on to it as much as we can.
We do our soil testing yearly, and each year it provides us new information, and we just tweak it a little bit more.
With organic farming, you just kind of get in this mode of like more compost, right? Just keep adding compost. And we were doing that. And then our soil test would come back with really high phosphorus, right? Which can happen from just adding tons of compost.
It's really hard on me because I'm really tempted to add compost every fall, but
It really improved the soil. I mean, it was amazing, right?
It was amazing. This bed last year, we had terrible problems with it.
So that was from the trucked-in soil that we had purchased from an area company. It was so low in nitrogen coming to us that, when we had to compost and we thought we'd be good to go, the entire area failed. That's when we had to be more proactive about how we're taking care of our soil.
For me, it's so important, just think about it. Whenever you get someone a bouquet, the first thing they do is what? They put their face in it, right? They put their face in it to smell the flowers. So if you're doing that act of love, why not go that extra step in making sure that it's the healthiest thing that they could possibly buy on the face of the earth? People who are really into growing sustainably and holistically are passionate. And that's what you should be looking for. A farmer who's excited about what they're doing and what they're growing.
Remember the lessons of the Dust Bowl, that those images haunt us. We want to keep the soil in place, we want to take care of this earth, and keep it moving after we're long gone.
I think people really are starting to be aware that something is wrong with our environment, with the planet, with where we're living. And if we don't start taking care of it now, it's just not going to get any better.
One quote from Teddy Roosevelt that challenges each of us to think about our actions and a commitment to soil health now and into the future. If in a given community, unchecked popular rule means unlimited waste and destruction of the natural resources, soil, fertility, water power, forest, game, wildlife generally, which by right belong as much to subsequent generations as to the present generation, then it is sure proof that the present generation is not yet really fit for self-control, and is not yet really fit to exercise the high and responsible privilege of a rule which shall be both by the people and for the people. The term for the people must always include the people unborn as well as the people now alive, or the democratic ideal is not realized. We're the fourth generation on this farm. My kids and my brother's kids would be the fifth generation. It's been in our family for well over 100 years. We're all very much attached to the land. One thing we've noticed through soil testing is that over the years our organic matter got drastically low, less than 2%. And so when you start reaching those particular levels, you just don't have the water holding capacity that the ground really needs to have. And so we made the decision, really is about 5-6 years ago, and talking with my brother, that we really needed to do something different. We made that conscious decision to really get into cover crops and really start building this organic matter back. First 2 years we had drought and it really didn't take well for us. Third year we hit a home run with it, and that kind of solidified in our mind that we really needed to continue with this. We consistently see better yields with crops in that area, and it's a function of the ryegrass with its root structure and if its water holding capacity, because we have had the dry years through here. But then also we've seen better water absorption during when we do have those moments of heavy downpours. One of the things that we're learning more and more how to do is become better observers. Our forefathers were great observationists. They had PhDs in it, and with as fast times that we have today, we really don't take the time to notice changes in the environment. And I think we're seeing a lot more because we're taking more time to observe what's really going on around us.
What a lot of people call the microbes
sort of the black box. It's the unknown territory, and there's so little that we know, but we understand that they're very important in soil ecology. Most people can count up to 150 in about 30 seconds. So if you were to sit down and try to count all the microorganisms in this tablespoon of soil without stopping and having absolutely no breaks, it would take you about 6.5 years. People know that legumes are nitrogen-fixing plants, but what they don't always know is that it's really the microbes that are associating with the legumes that are doing the nitrogen fixation. Without the microbes, the plants aren't going to be healthy. And so just understanding that link between the microbial community and the plant is something most people aren't aware of. We think of the DNA of the soil microorganisms as their genetic potential. Because they have the potential doesn't mean that they're performing that function. So an analogy would be just because you have a bicycle doesn't mean that you're riding it. And it's the same thing with soil microorganisms. They have the genetic potential through their DNA to perform a certain function, but they may or may not be doing that. And so we need to find methods that focus on what the microorganisms are actually doing in the soil.
We have a lot of risks in terms of our food supply, and making sure that we manage all of that and keep it sustainably moving forward by regenerating the soils that are having issues right now is so critically important. Every producer, every rancher, every farmer out there is ultimately a livestock grower. Now, whether you know that or you don't, you've got livestock, they're just microscopic. And that's what keeps our system moving, producing, functioning as that vital living ecosystem to provide everything that we need as a human race in order to survive.
Hello. Howdy. Hi, Lee. Good to see you again.
For your hospitality.
Oh, well,
Awesome.
my pleasure. Anybody tell me what temperature microbes really like? Where are they at their peak efficiency? Come on, agronomy majors. We need to adjust the curriculum, it sounds like. 75 degrees, they're just like us. When it gets colder or hotter, they start to slow down and get lazy and not want to work. So, anybody tell me what the temperature is likely to be in a bare soil tillage system? It's not uncommon to see that get up over 100 degrees. What happens to microbial activity at that point? Done. They're on vacation, not doing anything. What is the temperature in that same field if we've got a rye thatch laid down? We can gain 20 to 30 degrees and retain our moisture and eliminate evaporative loss by having that mulch barrier there. We're using these complex cover crop cocktails, mixtures of 3 to 13 different plants. It's kind of like having a good party. When you have a party, do you just invite all the dudes over that you know? Or is it funner when the girls come and maybe they bring some of their friends and maybe you get some international students to come? And all of a sudden now you've got a pretty fun party, right? That's a lot better than you and the guys sitting around watching Monday Night Football, I'm guessing. Well, these cocktails are kind of the same thing. The more things we put in there, the better it gets. Most of the problems that plague modern agriculture are really a result of a lack of diversity. Nature abhors a monocrop. Nowhere in nature do you see a monocrop. We're imposing our will on nature, and her response to that over time is things like resistant weeds and bugs and disease and so forth. When we start to bring the diversity back, it's incredible how quickly a lot of these problems go away.
So our goal when we farm is we never want to see the soil unless we go looking for it. We think this is beautiful right here. We've got all of this straw left over from the triticale crop that was harvested back in July. So in addition to this great thatch of cover that we have with this triticale residue, we planted these sunflowers in here along with the cover crop. So this is kind of a dual purpose
We're going to harvest the sunflowers for a cash crop. I've got cowpeas growing in here, Austrian winter peas, flax, we have buckwheat, we've got squash. There's about 10 different companion cover crops growing right with the sunflowers, and that's what's giving me additional soil benefits through the great diversity that I have, because I get the best of both worlds. You know, it's kind of like having your cake and eating it too. You know, I've got the cake with the sunflowers that I'm going to harvest, but I'm eating the cake too because I've got all of the benefits of the diversity growing down underneath it. And just from the way this field looks, I think this cake is going to taste pretty good. For the farmer who's willing to put the effort into finding the markets, making the markets, or hauling to the markets, there's huge potential in doing this type of system, because I guarantee you this will add, you know, 15 to 20 bushels on my corn yield next year because of all the great diversity that I had here versus just being a corn-soybean rotation. 3 cash crops in 2 years, plus 8 or 10 cover crops during the same time period really is going to help the soil health score on this particular farm here.
Really interesting. Well, look and see. Look at this. Here's part of our insect control. Right there. Look at that guy.
I saw a couple in the field.
Yeah. and you know, that's like, I wish I had more of the spiders, because there's what's left of a grasshopper. If I had more of those, I'd have less of this.
Yeah.
So the more spiders we can have, the better off we are, as long as they're not in my house, because my wife doesn't like them.
That's a girl. Don't burn yourself. All right, I think we're good. Good job. That's good. Okay, now there's another spoon out there. This one will go.
We have a big family. My wife and I, we have 7 children. Next generation is coming. There's a bunch of grandkids running around now. So when we make farming decisions, we definitely think about what's this going to do for the future, because we want to be able to turn the land over to them in really good condition. But at the same time, you have to make money. You know, there's a lot of families to support through the farm and through the seed business. So we also have to make decisions that are economically sound. It doesn't do you any good if you have the healthiest soil in the world if you go broke doing it.
The living cover crop has made our soils healthier. We didn't do this based on building soil health. We did it on building yield so we could become more economically viable. The net effect is that the soil appears healthier. We like no-till. What that allows us to do is have better paid, fewer employees, a better job. We're using less fuel, we're buying less equipment. So no-till we've always figured was kind of the answer. That's the best way to farm. We seed the cover crop like a crop now, so we're trying to get it nice and even. And what that's doing is allowing our corn to come up nice and even so that we get the even ear sizes. We don't get the runts and all that stuff that we used to get that we're often associated with a typical no-till scenario. And consistency is what it's all about. That's the hard part, is trying to get this field consistent. What we were doing is spraying our fields as early as we could. We'd kill them off. We couldn't yield with our conventionally tilled fields in high yielding environments. Under a gravelly field, low organic matter field, the yields would be comparable, but we could never beat it with no-till. Now that we're planting green and getting this stability in our soils, now we're finally starting to kind of bridge that gap of no-till versus conventional. So I think that what we're doing is kind of combining technology, chemicals, you know, kind of this commercial style of family farming, and then incorporating that with utilizing a lot of what the organic folks have learned over the years and what people used to do 50 years ago, and kind of taking that to the next level.
So in this field, we were harvesting the corn and then running the air seeder right behind it. So the idea is to always have something growing. You can still see a little bit of green in these plants, so they were alive just not too long ago. I'm standing right in the middle of between what's been planted and what hasn't been planted. On this side, we just harvested, but we have not drilled, and on this side, we have drilled. And you can barely tell the difference. The stalks are knocked down a little bit. But the whole idea of no-till is to leave all the residue on top. We use an air seeder, a drill that has a single disc opener so that it does not disturb any soil. So as you can see, there's very little soil disturbance, and that helps protect the soil, it helps with water infiltration, keeping that residue on top of the ground. You can tell really healthy soil by the insects, by worms, and then just you want that soil to almost look like chocolate cake. And this has got good moisture. We've had good moisture here in the last couple weeks, so our cover crop should come up real well. Right here is where one of the slots from the drill is, and you can barely tell that it's there, which is what we want to help give a little more armor to the soil.
In the last 100 years, we've oxidized over half our organic matter into the atmosphere, primarily through tillage. We've lost half of the basic building block that makes soil productive. Half of it's gone. And we haven't been at this very long in terms of the life of the soil. I mean, in Indiana, maybe we've been tilling the soil to some degree for 200 years, and we've been doing it intensively for the last 50. Project what will happen if we continue that. The good news here, though, is that there are so many win-win-wins. Very seldom in life do we find win-win-win scenarios, truly. So when we quit tilling, when we build our organic matter, our production goes up, our costs go down, we clean up the rivers, lakes, oceans, we keep the off-site pollution problems from happening. I mean, all these things come together. Those are the reasons why we want to do it. You know, my goal personally is before I become part of the earth again, I would like to see our organic matters be what they were before man came along. And I think if I'm fortunate enough to get another 15 or 20 years, I think we can do that. We've documented now that with what we've been doing, we can add about 1% every 5 years. And I think if we bring grazing into the equation and more multi-species type cocktails to graze them on and so forth, that we can improve even that.
We're in the process of expanding our livestock operation. We've got about 40 cows. We hope to be up to a couple hundred within 3 years. When we run cattle on the ground, it really increases the soil health much quicker than when there's no livestock involved. The trampling effect, the biting and the chewing of the plants react differently when they're being grazed versus when they're just being cut, like with a mower. And they'll regrow more aggressively. The integration of all of the saliva and the dung and the urine, those all are increasing the biological activity of the soil. And we see much faster gains in soil health when we properly integrate the livestock. The holy grail of soil health has always been, can we do organic no-till? You know, because that's the best of both worlds. We don't have to do any tillage, but we also don't have to use any chemicals. It's really, really hard to do because you're growing this cover crop, which we need to build up the soil, but somehow we have to kill it. And without chemicals or without tillage, then what are your options? So the options are, number one, you can use a roller crimper, or you can try to smash that plant and to really damage that stem so that that plant goes ahead and dies. We want to get it knocked to the ground so the sunlight can hit those young corn plants when they come up. Or you can use cattle, and either one of them, the timing is exceptionally critical if you're going to really get a good kill on that cover crop. It's a completely different mindset of how you run livestock. You don't just turn them out in a pasture, check them once a week, and then at the end of the summer you round them up and you bring them home. It's being out there every day, moving them every day. So we have a lot of work to do on figuring out some of the infrastructure of being able to make that work well. But we're convinced that it's the way to go.
Managing for improved soil health probably has one of the most profound
impacts on society that we've had in agriculture in a long time. No farmer wants to lose their nutrients. They don't. No farmer wants their soil to become degraded. However, there's a huge demand on our agricultural system from the globe, actually, and there's going to continue to be a huge demand. I've worked for the USDA now for 35 years, and never have I seen among farmers such a broad quest for knowledge as I'm seeing now. Farmers willing to share their best kept secrets with other farmers is a very, very refreshing part of this job. You wouldn't find that in many businesses across this country.
A wish that I would have is that more farmers would pay attention to their bare ground. My steeper ground over here, my Marionberry ground, is a permanent cover crop in it. We never take it out ever, it stays there. Our farm is uniquely situated on two watersheds. We're sitting right now at the crest of my farm. To the north over here, heading north, is the Johnson Creek watershed, which feeds into Johnson Creek, the Willamette River, and eventually the Columbia River. And then to the south, on the opposite side, that watershed goes into Noyer Creek. Noyer Creek actually starts here at my farm, and then that dumps into Clackamas River drainage. That too is a very productive salmon and especially steelhead run up in there. And so we have to be aware of that. Noyer Creek, again, the headwaters right here at the farm, it's under investigation right now by the EPA. What they've found is high levels of fertilizers and pesticides in it. They now know that the problem is farther down in other areas that don't have cover crop strategies. Cover crop strategies that we use in the permanent cover crops and the steeper slopes over here of my farm has kept everything right here in place. Let's be concerned about the soil, making sure it stays put as much as we can possibly, because without the soil, we don't have food. There just won't be any. And so we all got to be concerned about soil health, quality of it, and the depth of it. Like I said before, you don't feed the plants, you feed the soil. Well, that's true in every aspect. Whether you're a home gardener and using compost, or whether you don't have a home garden, you just have a yard. Watch how you treat your yard. Make sure you don't have runoff leaving your property. That's pretty key to stop soil erosion and runoff into the bays and estuaries and things like that. So it's critical for all of us to be thinking about soil health and keeping it in place.
Mi historia personal viene desde que era niño, allá en México. Mis abuelos también cultivaban. En aquel tiempo, mis abuelos cultivaban maíz, pero al mismo tiempo cultivaban frijol y squash en el mismo tiempo y en el mismo terreno. Y se hacía muy bien. Pues, ¿qué hace el frijol? El frijol, la raíz del frijol te produce nitrógeno. ¿Qué hace el squash? El squash tiene una raíz profunda y gruesa. Lo que hacía el squash, te abría el suelo para que el agua penetrara mejor. Y entonces los tres cultivos utilizaran mejor el agua. En aquellos tiempos, yo estoy hablando de los años late 50, se hacía eso ya. En aquel tiempo lo sabían ellos, pero no tenían la manera de demostrarlo. Ahora tenemos una tecnología que lo podemos demostrar. We really see the good benefits that the cover crops has year after year. We farm around 4,000 acres. It's about 1/3 of the farm. We have permanent crops like almonds and pistachios. Then another 2/3 with row crops that we grow fresh market tomatoes, fresh garlic. Right now, you see California sunny and everything, but it's December. So far, we don't have no rain at all. Usually we have 1 or 2 showers, but it's dry. This area right here, we are more or less like a desert. We average about 6 inches of rain every year. In these soils that we have cover crops and everything, the rain stays in the soil. It doesn't run out like it used to run years ago, because the cover crops protect the soil. A few years back, I got invited to go to the White House. I got honored because of the soil health and changing, climate change and agriculture too. It's tough to change, but the neighbors see that it's beneficial. And that's why you see more and more farmers using cover crops.
I've been working in the ag industry all my life. I've launched new products into new market segments like many of you. But I've never been part of helping to create a whole new segment of life science that spans the complete biome, from life below the ground to the life above the ground. The development of something of this magnitude requires leadership from all ends of the spectrum in order to shepherd the understanding and the acceptance of new information and technology. This information and technology over time will completely transform the agricultural industry. It's going to transform the entire agricultural industry. And it's already happening as I speak. The health of our soil and the caretakers of our soil will be the topic of national debate and the focus of concerned and active consumers, because we know that as many continue to reawaken the public, that the answer to many of the serious issues we currently face as society, climate adaptation, safe and affordable food, and clean water, all begins and depends on the health of the soil.
The farmers in Maryland are by far and away the most highly cover cropped in the country, but most of it is because of the state cost share program. I think the reason Maryland has such a strong cover crop program in a lot of ways is based on the collaboration of the environmental community with the farming community. And part of the whole history of Harborview has to do with collaborating with the environmental community. Not just Harborview, but the farmers in the community around us, particularly in the northeast portion of the state, as well as the state as a whole. It started about 20 years ago, was kind of the big, when everything kind of hit the fan, so to speak, between farmers and environmentalists. We had a Pfiesteria outbreak in the Chesapeake Bay, and we had a huge fish kill.
The problem in the water clearly starts on the land.
The science around it determined that they thought it was from the phosphorus running off the fields of the farmers. At that point, we were kind of at an impasse. Are we going to fight, or are we going to come together? When you battle, you don't really tend to accomplish things. So at that point, I think we kind of started to collaborate. And the Bay Foundation said, well, what can we do to help you? So, well, you know, how do we change? We're doing the same thing we've done for 20 years. We don't think there's anything wrong with it. So what can be done? You know, what is there? So then they determined that cover crops were kind of the answer. If you do cover crops and you pull the nutrients up out of the soil in the fall, when the soil is still alive and you get most of your infiltration, you've got a little bit of excess nitrogen there, you've got a little bit of phosphorus there, you pull it up and you don't get it into the waterways and into the groundwater. So it's a pretty simple, you know, it's pretty easy to understand. But farmers said, well, we're not going to do cover crops. You know, we don't have enough money. You know, farming's tough. You know, it's the early 90s. You know, we didn't have $6 corn. I mean, you know, it was tough. We're not going to spend an extra amount of money. So they said, well, what if we get cost share for it? You had the Farm Bureau and the environmental groups both going to the state legislature saying, hey, we need this.
We have also appropriated $2 million emergency funds for a state-only program to help Maryland farmers with the winter cover crop. Our solution is going to be on the land, and it's not going to be an easy solution. We're going to have to take decisive action. I believe it will be expensive. I believe it's going to take some political courage for us to require what must be done.
Through that collaboration, we were able to get dedicated funding to pay us to do cover crops. That program's been going on for 20 years, but there's some very good groups of environmental community, and there's some very good groups of the farm community that have managed to really work this thing out and actually make a difference in the water system.
We're very, very proud of the farmers in this state and what they've been able to accomplish. It's just remarkable. One of the things that most people may not know about some of the people that work at the Maryland Department of Agriculture is we are farmers. I myself am a farmer. Me and my husband tend about 75 to 100 acres. I've been with the Department of Agriculture for 17 years, and of those 17 years, I've been with the cover crop program for about 11 to 12. Our base payment for cover crop is $45 an acre. They can plant it aerially, they can plant it using a no-till planter, they can do it conventional where the ground is disked and then seeded. They can also do a process where they spread the seed with a spin spreader and then go in and disc behind it. We've tried to look at all the different options that the farmer already uses so that we're not putting him at a disadvantage for how to get the cover crop planted. We offer incentives for different species. When we started adding the additional incentives and prioritizing certain best management practices, the program has just grown. It's grown considerably just in the last 5 years. Right now, our actual budget is over $20 million a year for the cover crop program, and that comes from different sources, Chesapeake Bay Restoration Fund and that sort of thing, because that's one of our primary goals is protecting the bay. The bay means a lot to Maryland, not just as a benefit for water quality, but I mean there's tourism, recreation, food. One of the main things is just a quality of life. I mean, it's amazing to live where we live, to have the bay on one side of the shore and the ocean on the other. So we're very fortunate in that respect.
Significant for me as a farmer to realize that all around this island there is literally water that could have ran off my farm. Hey, a couple of years since we saw each other.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, just wondering, we've spent the last 20 years or so, I mean, I personally have been using cover crops and trying to keep my soil from eroding and trying to keep the nutrients in the land, particularly the nitrates, so they don't get into the Chesapeake Bay and disrupt everything there. Are you seeing any changes over the last 5, 10, 15 years? Is it getting better? Is it getting worse?
I believe the bay is healthier than it has been. I can see an improvement. I mean,
really?
Yep. The seagrasses are increasing. Now this year they're late because of the cool weather, but seagrasses are increasing.
Okay.
The blue crab population's doing well,
really?
And so are the oysters. The bay looks healthier than it's been in 5 or 6 years.
Wow, boy, that is really encouraging.
Yeah, it
because
is.
There has been a huge effort, and I think it's well known that the Chesapeake Bay has been kind of like a pilot project for the nation.
Yeah, right.
And we know that everyone lives in a watershed.
Yeah.
And if we're starting to see some success here, that is definitely a good sign that we're headed in the right direction.
Yeah.
So when it was, we'll say the worst, 8 to 10 years ago, were there people getting out of the business?
Yeah, people were leaving the business and they just couldn't make a living at it. Yeah. I remember when you would go out oystering and working pretty much the full time period, like to 2 p.m. From sunrise to 2 p.m. you could only catch 3 or 4 bushels of oysters. Of course, you know, oysters and crabs is what keeps the ball rolling there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're about.
It's like corn and soybeans.
Yeah, that's how we put food on the table. That's how we put our kids through college, and it takes a lot of oysters and crabs to put kids through college these days.
Yeah, right.
So,
how many square miles is this island?
of course, it's mostly marshland, but Tangier's about maybe a mile wide by 2.5 to 3 miles long.
Okay. Not very big. You had mentioned there's 3 ridges.
3 ridges.
I have to ask, how high are these ridges?
The highest point is probably about 4 feet above sea level.
So what do you say is the rate of water encroaching the island per year? An average?
It varies, but like here, we probably lost 10 feet since last fall. And like I say, you can see how close it's getting. You really don't have the land to give up.
Are you optimistic about the future?
I am optimistic. Yeah, I tell our citizens as mayor and as a crabber not to lose hope, because if you lose hope, then all is lost.
Right.
You don't want to lose hope. Like we were talking about protecting your soil. I mean, it's just a common sense thing. You would want to protect the topsoil because it's vital to farming, like our shoreline is vital to us.
Where I'm from, in the southeastern part of Pennsylvania, that at least 60% of the fields have something growing in it over winter.
Yeah,
and that, I'd say, years ago, it was 15 or 20% maybe, and that's really improved. But the thing of it is, there are parts of the country, of the U.S., that's only 1 or 2 or 3% covered now.
Yeah.
And so I think using what we've accomplished here in the Chesapeake Bay hopefully is going to stimulate more of this to help clean up our watersheds in the future.
We've got to stay up on top of it because farmers like the watermen, we're feeding the world.
Well, we made the loop.
Yeah, we made the loop. Like I said, you'll always end up to the same place.
An entire country on the brink of being carbon neutral. Costa Rica is an unlikely success story. The peaceful, natural paradise that escaped the wars of Central America. It's now aiming to stop using fossil fuels within 6 years.
There's a real commitment, and seeing that from people that work in the industry but also people that live in the environment, they care about their country. They know that it has a value, it has an economic value, and they can see people coming to explore the area, and they see that as a really good thing.
It's early morning at the state power company ICE, and they're about to show us how this year they managed to run the country's entire power grid solely on renewable energy for 75 days straight. You see, in this small area of about 60 kilometres, they have plants that are powered entirely by water, by wind, by sun, even by volcanoes. There is so much natural power in such a small area, and they're so proud of it. Elber Hidalgo is spokesman for the state company, which was set up nearly 60 years ago to provide sustainable power.
Cuya misión específica era generar energía, garantizar la electricidad a todo el país, usando la naturaleza, pero obligándose a proteger la naturaleza para el futuro. Es uno de los primeros países del mundo que ejecuta la sostenibilidad ambiental.
But you want to be carbon neutral by 2021. That's a big target.
Ciertamente, nos sentimos muy orgullosos en Costa Rica de tener un modelo que nos garantiza energía, que es nuestra propia energía, que dependemos muy poco de la importación de hidrocarburos y somos muy condescendientes con nuestra naturaleza y con el cambio climático que afecta al mundo.
Not every country is lucky enough to have Costa Rica's natural energy. Right next to the dams and wind farms, a volcano powers this geothermal plant. And there's popular support for going green. Ecotourism is now the biggest source of foreign revenue. It's pretty clear that Costa Rica isn't just punching above its weight to get emissions down, it's actually rebranding itself as a totally green economy. And for a small country like this, the potential economic benefits are enormous. You can already see that with the increased tourism. Donald Varela Soto and his wife Pip run a small farm and a tourist lodge.
I think Costa Rica is one of the few countries in the world who has set standards very high for conservation and the environment.
Why do you think little Costa Rica is so determined to do something about this? Why is it so important here?
I think it's related to two things. One is having very smart people very long time ago who decided to not just cut everything and be productive in terms of agriculture and development industrial. People that decided that instead of having an army, they wanted to have education and conservation and really good health care system. And that over the years, that was empowered by the development of the tourism, the ecotourism in the area.
Donald's wife Pip Kelly moved here from Australia 14 years ago.
Beautiful. This is what the monkeys see when they're up in the trees. Oh, it's incredible. Just the access to natural resources. You know, we're only 800 metres from our house and we're in primary rainforest. Or you can feel nature.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for our weekly update. I'm pleased, as always, to be joined by Dr. Lawrence Lowe, the Chief Medical Officer of Health for Peel, and Tim Beckett, Fire Chief and Director of Emergency Management. COVID cases in Peel as a whole have been on the rise, and are remaining relatively stable in Mississauga, with an average of 201 new COVID cases per day in Peel, and 54 in Mississauga over the last week. These are the highest numbers we have seen in this region since the onset of the pandemic in March. Dr. Lowe told me he believes that this upswing is a result of small and large social gatherings over the Thanksgiving long weekend. What this means for Peel is that we are now officially in the second wave. We know from the evidence that most of the transmission is happening when people gather indoors with those outside their immediate households. We are responsible for moving this virus. Our personal choices and our behaviors are what's driving the numbers, and only we can stop it. So please, I'm urging you, reduce your in-person contact. Do your best to keep it to those in your immediate family, your immediate household, and your essential supports. We are truly at a critical moment here, and we need to be vigilant. We have a chance right here and right now to stop the second wave from overwhelming our community and overburdening our hospitals. Our collective goal has to be avoiding large gatherings, to prevent a longer lockdown for our struggling businesses, to keep our schools open, and of course, to protect our long-term care homes. Reducing the risk of spread of the virus will also mean doing things differently this Halloween. I know that many parents and children are disappointed that they're being asked to forego door-to-door trick-or-treating. Halloween is one of those exciting times of the year for all the kids right across Mississauga, right across Ontario and in Canada. So again, I encourage parents to find creative ways to keep festivities exciting but safe for their children. In my experience, if there's candy, the kids are happy. The city is sharing ideas on social media about how you can celebrate Halloween safely. So please, have a look at the city's Facebook and Twitter page for ideas. At the end of the day, it's up to parents to make decisions in the best interests of the health and the safety of their children. To all the adults out there, this means no Halloween house parties for you too, so no costume parties this year, please. It's just not worth it. We don't want to see another surge like we did during Thanksgiving or following Thanksgiving. If 311 receives complaints about large gatherings, our enforcement teams will be responding. I'm really hoping that by celebrating Halloween differently, we can once again join to celebrate Christmas, Hanukkah, and Kwanzaa. I now want to address our city's small business community, and in particular, our restaurants, bars, and gym owners. I have heard from many of you over the past few days and weeks, and I know that you're incredibly anxious about your future. I know that you're frustrated, and I know that you're hurting. But I want you to know that we are in your corner. Your mayor, your council, and your city is behind you. We're doing everything in our power to advocate on your behalf. I understand that while restaurants, bars, and gyms are not the source of spread here in Mississauga, our provincial partners and the chief medical officers of health have made their case clear earlier this month to close these establishments to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. And this is a global best practice to do so. We must continue to respect the direction of our public health officials. We need to get our numbers down if we're going to help our businesses reopen and re-enter phase 3 over the next few weeks. It's that simple. And that's why I'm asking the community to step up and support our small businesses by doing their part to help reduce the spread and keep case counts down. I'm hopeful that by working together, we can make this happen and we can get our businesses reopened. We recognize that we are in the midst of a second wave here in Peel, and that the health and the safety of our residents must continue to be our top priority. At the same time, we remain positive and find ways to ensure that local businesses not only survive, but thrive in this very difficult time. COVID-19 is unfortunately part of our new reality and will be so for the foreseeable future. Ultimately, our economic health is inextricably tied to the health of our city and of our people. While public health must always be our top priority, we must work to strike the right balance to ensure that our economy continues to move forward and that our residents can make ends meet. To that end, the Peel Region mayors are working on a letter that will be sent to Dr. Lowe asking him to prepare plans for 3 possible scenarios as we approach the minimum 28-day period for the modified Stage 2 restrictions that were outlined by the province. We want to be ready and prepared to respond to the second wave as it evolves and as circumstances change. Ultimately, it will be up to our public health officials to recommend next steps, depending on our pandemic picture here in Peel. The 3 scenarios are as follows. First, status quo. If case rates remain stable, we need a path forward for local businesses. Many are uncertain of what the future holds and have told me they can't survive repeated closures. Secondly, a return to Stage 3. Should case numbers improve here in Mississauga, we want to ensure that businesses impacted by Stage 2 restrictions are ready and prepared to reopen. Peel mayors are seeking Dr. Lowe's advice on what modifications would need to be made to help businesses safely reopen, such as reducing capacity in bars, early closings in restaurants and gyms, or requiring plexiglass partitions between dining room tables, etc. And thirdly, additional closures. Should case counts increase and further closures be recommended, we ask that those decisions be driven by local data that speak to our unique circumstances here in Mississauga, here in Peel, local data. As I discussed with the other GTHA mayors and chairs earlier this week, we urgently need a safe path forward for all of our small businesses. We need to ensure that they're fully supported to weather this storm. We're also doing what we can to advocate to higher orders of government for the immediate financial relief that our businesses need, not only to survive, but to thrive. Today, along with Tony Frankfurter, our Chair of Tourism in Mississauga, I sent a letter to the Prime Minister and the Premier urging both to provide additional supports and immediately release the promised funds to help small businesses here in Mississauga. As a city, we are doing everything in our power, but we simply don't have the resources or the fiscal firepower that other levels of government have to provide a direct injection of financial support to our business community. Among the many asks, I have requested that if further closures are to be explored, that they be based on local data. I've requested that the province review outdoor patio regulations to ensure expanded yet safe outdoor dining is possible this winter. At the city, we're looking to extend our temporary patio program year-round at our next council meeting in early November. I've asked the province to help local manufacturers step up production of items that are currently in short supply, such as patio heaters and tents, so that our businesses can comfortably accommodate customers outside. I've heard from many restaurant and bar owners who are struggling to get their hands on this type of equipment. I've asked the province to put a cap on delivery commission fees for food delivery apps for the duration of the shutdown to provide relief to restaurants offering takeout only. I have urged both the province and the federal government to make it easier for small businesses to access the financial supports that they need to survive. And this includes immediately releasing the $300 million in funding announced by the province for businesses impacted by the Stage 2 restrictions that will help them offset fixed costs such as property taxes, hydro, and natural gas bills. I've asked the federal government to help streamline and simplify the application processes for their relief programs, including the new Canadian Emergency Rent Subsidy and the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. Businesses need help now in order to make it to 2021. Supports need to be immediately accessible to businesses in all types of situations to avoid permanent closures. I've asked the federal government to ensure small business owners and entrepreneurs are also eligible for programs like the Canada Recovery Benefits, as well as employment insurance. I know that many are struggling to keep on top of their household expenses, like mortgages and rent payments. They too have families and homes and personal bills to pay. I am fighting for you, and I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that your concerns are heard at all levels of government. I'm asking that all Mississaugas also to play their part by supporting our small businesses. Please think Mississauga made when making your purchases this week. Visit that local coffee shop in your neighborhood. Support Takeout Tuesdays. Pop into that children's clothing store that you always wanted to check out, or that small independent grocery store around the corner. And on that note, I'm happy to report that our city has extended our partnership with Ritual One. This means that Mississauga businesses can access their digital ordering platform free of charge until the end of the year. And until November 8th, Ritual One will be waiving all delivery charges for online purchases for businesses and customers. Businesses, please take advantage of this free service. And residents, please make the effort to order delivery at least once a week. It may seem like a small gesture, but this can be the difference between a small business staying open or having to shut their doors. Mississauga, we have a chance right now to stop this virus in its tracks. Please, please do everything you can to limit your contact with those outside your household. Do it for your family. Do it for yourself. Do it for that teacher at your local elementary school, for that personal support worker at that long-term care home, for that small business owner struggling to survive. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Lowe to come up and provide us with his weekly update. Dr. Lowe?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon. As of noon today, Peel Public Health has investigated 5,139 cases of COVID-19 in the city of Mississauga, 381 active, 4,524 recovered, and 234 deceased. This past weekend, the region of Peel saw rapid growth in our new daily cases beyond known chains of transmission, confirming the arrival of a second wave in our community. Some might wonder why I am announcing this sometime after Ottawa and Toronto. Well, we're a different community. Your efforts, the suburban form of our community, and Peel Public Health's efforts in contact tracing helped to delay this situation. That also means, however, that we face unique challenges in bringing this back under control. Our initial findings suggest that spread from social gatherings around Thanksgiving pushed us into the second wave. This means that modified Stage 2 restrictions started at just the right moment in the golden window to help reduce contacts and interactions, but it clearly isn't everything. We must do more ourselves. And I know that all the rules and restrictions can be confusing and dizzying, so I urge you to remember two simple things. Restrict close contact with your household, your immediate household, and essential supports only. No one else. For any other interaction that you must have beyond your household, assume that anyone else outside your immediate household could be carrying the virus and take precautions accordingly. Simply put, we must limit our in-person contact and stop meeting in person as much as possible. COVID-19 is spread from person to person, so it cannot spread if people do not meet. This means cancel postpone, or move online where you can, especially for optional gatherings or a meetup. Socialize online, have a virtual happy hour or coffee chat, phone your friends. Meeting in person, unfortunately, can give a false sense of security and lead you to draw closer. You'd never think you could get COVID-19 from your best friend or your family, but the truth is, that's what we're seeing happen. We're more likely to let things slide with them because we trust them more. Which means that if we limit our in-person contact, if we truly care, especially for those who are more vulnerable, we can try to keep each other safe. That's also why, as we come up to the end of the 28-day pause, we must move cautiously in thinking around restaurants and gyms and bars. I know it hasn't been easy for our business community, and I deeply appreciate the sacrifices that were made to bring this under control. But we also know that this is the world's largest open book test, and that in other jurisdictions, at levels of viral transmission that we have seen spread in these settings. So as restrictions are being reviewed, and certainly will come forward from our provincial partners, we know that there will be calculated risks that may need to be taken if changes are made. I'm also calling on places of worship in our community. While recognizing that modified Stage 2 restrictions are silent on your venues, I am urging as much as possible that you consider returning to virtual or online gatherings. Thank you to the employers who are also doing everything possible to keep your employees safe. But for those who aren't, I'm calling on you to put in place precautions to protect your workers or face enforcement action. And for everyone at work, please remember that a break from work is not a break from the precautions. You must continue to follow precautions at lunch, during breaks, or while carpooling. Finally, remember that self-isolation means self-isolation, away from others. We continue to pursue a facility to help individuals who cannot safely isolate at home. But if you have tested positive, spend 10 days on your own, and that includes your household contacts. You must keep them safe. That also means that if you have returned to Peel from outside of Canada, follow federal guidance around mandatory self-isolation